Well, not as smooth as I wanted, but hopefully we have people that are going to show up here and join us. And it's not just going to be those of us here that are looking at each other right now. And so I welcome everybody to the February 7th Lounge Image Review. We have 92 images. We have a lot of rumors, and not just from Nikon. We have stuff from other manufacturers as well. So we're expecting and anticipating that the show is going to run into overtime, uh, and that's fine. I know, I'll discuss a few things before we have everybody say their hellos. Now, when we have presentations, basically, um, as we did with Sanjit being on, which I hope everybody watched, which was on January 14th. So you can always go back into the Selective Imagery YouTube channel and watch it. If you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth a watch. But anyway, when we have presentations with folks that live outside the United States, obviously we get into some crazy time zones and time differences and whatnot. And I just want to say, this channel is always going to make an effort to try to do a show when it's convenient for the presenter, because the presenter's doing our show a favor and doing us a favor by sharing information. We want that person to be comfortable. And so in my opinion, we need to be accommodating. I mean, that's the least that we can do. Now, however, here we go, quotes. However, the word however, in the future, we will schedule what we call a special show in between our regularly scheduled content, which is the first and the third Saturday of every month. So if we're going to have a presentation where it makes sense for the person to do it at noontime, U.S. time, Eastern time, at noon, or whenever, we shall do so. But we're not going to let it interfere with our regularly scheduled, first Saturday of every month image review and our third Saturday of every month discussion show and presentation show and that type of thing. And that way it'll be like literally bonus content. So I would think that most of the times it'll still be in an hour that we're used to, and on a Saturday, but there may be an occasion where we're going to have a show on a Wednesday again, and I would not rule that out, but we're not going to have it interfere with our normal shows from here on out. It'll just be a bonus show. And I think that's all I got to say about that. So let me have everybody on the panel say their hellos and fill you guys in out there with what they've been up to. I haven't been up to an awful lot because I mean, I've bought a few more vintage cameras, which is a discussion for another day. It was snowfall in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Talk about adding insult to injury and very low temperatures for us. We had, wind chill, maybe close to 0 degrees one day. And this is not Myrtle Beach weather. And even though I grew up in the Northeast, I've been here 8 years now. So my invulnerability to cold has totally disappeared. And I get chilled really, really fast, which in the old days, I'd be outside with a sweatshirt on and it wouldn't bother me at all, but I can't get away with that anymore. But I'm sure all of us have had some weather conditions that are definitely squirrely. And I know David was telling me that it's unusually warm in Canada right now. So I will flip over to David and Anita and let them say hello and let you know what they've been up to.
Well, I had to go look to find a picture with snow on the mountains, because it's just been so hot here, and I'm going to have to go find my shorts to run around in, because we're just not used to this warm weather. It was think it was plus 10, 12 today in Calgary, which is we're not used to that because that's May weather, not February weather. So, but we were in the mountains this weekend and we went to an ice festival. Thursday was the first night for it, and it's supposed to last a week or so, and they canceled it because it was just too warm and the ice sculptures were all melting.
They could just rename it a waterfall festival.
It was a little hard to tell what some of the sculptures were after they had done their dripping. Yeah, I feel for the people though. It was the ice sculptures, you had to either be staying at one of a select hotel or pay to go on a tour. So we opted to do the hotel thing and be right close to the area. And had we not got out on the first night, we wouldn't have seen them. And we missed all of the snow sculptures in Banff because they did melt before we got there.
Woo.
2 weeks ago, they were building them. 2 weeks later, they totally gone.
Yeah. Well, we got pictures from 2 weeks ago, so we have an idea what they were supposed to be like, but and and poor Jim had to put his sweater on because it was so cold, and we gotta find shorts for outside. So anyway, I'll pass it over to Gustavo.
Yeah, also unusually warm here in Corral. We are in the same situation with the high pressure regime here, like you guys are in Calgary there. Now, for us, it has been quite unusual. Now, for me, you will see some photos. I actually took advantage that it's not so cold to do some hiking went back to Mod. You will see some of the photos. And apart from that, I have been actually looking for some of my old equipment, taking some advice from Mr. Jeff on how to repair some of my equipment. And you will see I found a couple of my original lenses that I bought with my F3. So I have been a lot of digging in old boxes that hasn't been opened up quite a while. So I may choose to shoot a roll of slide just to check the cameras are working and in reasonable condition. So apart from that, nothing else. Getting ready for today.
And Randall?
So today was 82 degrees Fahrenheit or 27.7 centigrade or Celsius, I mean. And yeah, we had it, in the 20s for about 2 or 3 days. And then it got above 30 and then it stayed in the 40s. So it's mid 40s in the morning and then it's 82 in the afternoon. So I think our springtime is here already. And I'm going to have to start mowing the grass again. But yeah, I've been doing videos and comparing the ZR. Here's a question for everybody. What is the one difference on the ZR compared to all of the Nikon Z cameras?
Well, your hot shoe.
Besides the EVF and the 4-inch. I'm talking about the exterior by looking at the camera. What is the one thing that's different? And not the LCD screen or the EVF.
It's flat on
or
the
the 32-bit float.
Well, you're knocking off everything here, Randall, for us to say.
No.
I mean, the physical size obviously is
Yes.
is unique with the camera.
What's on the grip of every Nikon Z camera, even on the F mount, on the DSLRs? There's that red.
Oh,
flash,
yeah,
right?
little red. Yeah, that was from the Italian designer that worked on Nikon back in the F mount days.
Yep. So mid-60s. And that's the only thing that's missing on the ZR right now. So there is a red codec inside, but I thought I'd mention that.
It's the invisible red marking.
Yeah.
Well, you got a red light.
Red, you got the red.
Yeah,
you got the tally light.
Yeah.
You got the tally light. But yeah, that is interesting. Let's go through. I want to say hi to everybody in the chat, so we don't want to forget about anybody. And obviously, other than those of us that you see on the screen, we got Bob Rosato, Robert from Connecticut, telling us it's 1 degrees Fahrenheit with a wind chill in the negative numbers, which Robert leaves me to tell you that when you retire, you can leave Connecticut and go somewhere warmer like I did. Bob Our Photos is here. Hello, Bob. Bob and I, we managed to sneak out for 1 day of shooting out of this past week and went to an active train depot, Amtrak train depot and museum in North Carolina, a couple hours away from us, and we had a good time. And so it was nice to take pictures of something different. And then we have Martin is here. Martin, you're here early. I'm not going to make a funny joke about that. I'm just going to say you're here early. We've got Jeff and Leslie. Hello, Jeff and Leslie. Rakesh, good to see you, Rakesh. Rakesh, the images you sent the last photo review, which we showed briefly at the very end of the show, are going to be resurrected for the beginning of this show. So everybody will get to enjoy those images that they may or may not have been around for when we had the last month's review. So good to see you here. Thank you. And
Jim?
who else we got here? We got
Jim.
Yeah, Jim is here, where it's nice and warm in California. I don't want to hear about it. Let's see, Mr. Bixby, what was on the panel briefly, he's now moved to the bigger TV viewing area so he can see the larger versions of the images that we're going to share tonight. And so Jeff and Leslie are saying going to get down to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, I feel for you. And then at the opposite end of the spectrum, we have Mozman that had to put the heat on in the house. And we miss anybody else here? Dun, dun, dun. Is that it? I think. Yeah, that's it for now anyway. So let's keep an eye on who comes in and type a hello to them when we see them show up. And I'm just going to talk another minute or two here. Once again, if you have questions that you want to have answered, do a QQQ as we talk about now that a lot of channels do at the beginning of your question, so we pick up on it quicker. And I want to encourage folks. I have gone to Paul, aka Scubarazzi's website on YouTube. He has a YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Scubarazzi. That's how you get there. And he has some fantastic time lapse photos that he did of Prague at night that are definitely worth viewing, as well as a series of videos, orchestral videos that he's done on the birds that he likes to take images of and short videos of from the monasteries that he frequents. So let's all show a sign of support and visit his channel and give him a like and a thumbs up and a comment here or there. Something that I myself have been lax doing in terms of going to a lot of other folks' channels. And if you have something, for those of you that have channels, and there's probably at least a half a dozen people or more that partake as part of our community that have channels, if you have something that's special to you that you did, you always feel free to make a comment during the show. Come on briefly and talk about it, or put something in the chat so that we all can pop in there and give you some support. And now the next show, which is going to be on the 21st of the month, Gustavo later on in this show is going to discuss some of the specifics regarding that next show. and I will not be here for the next show. So don't cry, because the show is going to be in capable hands of my friend Gustavo. Now, fake feelings of despair will be greatly appreciated. But where you're in good hands. Instead of you're in good hands with Allstate, you're in good hands with Gustavo. All will be good, and we will work together to have everything prepped ahead of time, and he'll zing right in, and we expect he'll go into what the next that next show is going to be about in a little bit. So we've got 92 images, so I think we got 17 people here. What do you think, guys? Should we get it kicking since we got so many?
Yeah, and then we talk the rumors and all that stuff at the end of the show.
Yeah. All right, and we do have a lot of rumor stuff, including the Z9 too. So I'm going to throw that out to try to dangle a carrot to have people hang around with us a little bit longer. We'll talk to Z9 too. So let me bring up the images here. Give me a second. All right, I gotta get to the first. Okay. Be patient with me. I'm rusty. We've been gone for a while.
Haven't done this for a month.
I know. I don't know how to click anymore. Come on. All right. So anyway, let me get my cheat sheet up here and bring up the actual app. And as usual, I'm not going to really be able to see what people say in the chat too well. Unless I get tricky here, I might be able to. But
we keep an eye. Don't worry.
Keep an eye on it for me, and if somebody asks anything directly to me, let me know. So this is the first image from Rakesh. Oh, brother, another tough wordsmith job here. He says these images were taken in Tuganaw Falls, upstate New York. The Nikon Z8 with the 24-120 lens on all the photos. So I got 3 photos to show you that he took. And like I said, these are let's call it an instant replay from last month, but definitely worthy photos of sharing again with everybody. And we'll jump to his second image.
Beautiful.
I guess
wow.
I guess some ice climbers might be like saying, wow, maybe I should go check that out. But probably not enough ice for a true ice climber. They'd probably say that's not enough. It's not tall enough. Although I think it's plenty tall, as you'll see in the next image. I would say, yeah, there's about a lot of ice around.
And water.
And it almost looks like there must be a body of water. They must be hitting the water there at the bottom, because it looks like you got steam almost coming up.
Beautiful.
But Rakesh, very good job with those. Once again, thank you for sending those in last week, and we're happy to show them again this month. Then the next folks we have coming up the bat, next we got images from Bob Reppert, aka Bob Our Photos. Then we have some images from Luis. And then after Luis, we have images from Terry. Yeah, we're missing a handful of people tonight. No Chuck, no Terry. So you'll have to suffer with those of us that remain.
So we went Rakesh, Bob, and then after that, who you say?
We got Rakesh, and we got Bob, then we got Luis.
Okay.
Luis and Terry.
And Terry, perfect. Thank you.
So this is an image on the marsh side of the, on the pond side of where Bob and I go take pictures at Huntington Beach State Park in South Carolina. and there's a little walkway that kind of cuts through the woods and overhangs the pond a little bit. And a kingfisher likes to hang out up there along the railings, and occasionally gives us a treat by getting a fish and beating it up on a piece of wood or a sign or whatever. There is some signage there that it likes to beat fish up on and then eats them. But, a beautiful bird. We don't see him as often as we would like, as we used to anymore. Let's put it that way. This is with the Nikon Z8 and the 180 to 600, and he's at 600 millimeters, f6.3 ISO 1600.
Beautiful.
So then his next image is of a northern shoveler who has a bad an itch that has to scratch. Let's put it that way. And it was scratching for quite a while. And this was with the same camera, same lens, also at the 600 millimeter focal length. But we have had more northern shovelers than typical this year. So, and they're pretty, especially if you're lucky enough for the light to hit them just right. You know, it's kind of in this area where they start out during a very early morning before the sun comes up. It takes a long time before that area to really have any light, because it basically hits the other side of the pond first, and it may take an hour and a half or more before, you know, this particular area has any significant light on it. And surprisingly, he was only at ISO 1600. So, you know, this was probably maybe 45 minutes, I'm guessing, after the sun came up. So there was a little bit of brightness out there.
Oh,
this image is somewhat at the same time as one that I had shared last month with a black and white of snowy egrets in the very, very early morning. And this was, like I said, same camera, same lens at 600 millimeter as well. ISO 110, 1/800th of a second, wide open at 6.3. I don't know about you, Gustavo, but I think if I did a survey on what's my aperture when I'm using a lot of my lenses, I'm wide open probably, you know, 90% of the time.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, but that's an excellent treatment there on the black and white. It look very artistic.
Yeah. And then he threw in one with
the color.
In color. But as you can see, the water and the background is dark.
Yeah.
But they both have pleasing but different effects.
Yeah. Almost like, I think the probably to me the black and white is more engaging, correct?
Yeah. And then he got a picture of we get these yellow rumped warblers. We get quite a few of them when we go to the north end of the park, and they're in the tree line, and we just kind of watch them hop around, and we try to get them when they don't exactly stay in, like all small birds, they don't stay in one spot very long. So, you know, you're like following them, and then you say, okay, better take it right now, because if I blink, they will be gone.
So are those there during the winter only, or they are already start migrating in your area? Yeah.
No, they're here for actually a pretty good length of time. You know, through the fall, through the winter, into the spring.
Okay.
They're here quite a while.
Nice.
And they're very active, and but like I said, like most small birds, you know, they fly from branch to branch. They don't stay in one spot very long. You just have to track it. You got to pick out, if there's multiples, as always, you just got to pick a subject that you're just gonna kind of hunt with your camera and just follow he or she until they settle down, and then you just fire off a handful of shots quick, and you hope you get a decent one. But that's how it always is with the little birds, anyway. Then this bird that he I have a shot of the same bird later on, and one that I took, a female towhee, which is not common where we are, and Bob had seen it. I was shooting in a different area, and he had seen it first, weeks ago, and managed to get a shot of it. So it was kind of neat for both of us to see a bird that we hadn't seen before there, which is always nice. As Gustavo, as you say, it's always a thrill when you see a bird that you haven't seen before. So this is the first set from Bob. So thank you, Bob. And then he sent me a few later on that I threw in a little bit farther down into the show. So this is round one, and there's a couple more that you'll see later on. But thanks so much for sending those in. It's always appreciated. And then our next image is from Luis, and let me get there here. This first image is of a zebra longwing, and he said that these butterflies congregate at the end of the day to sleep. This was taken in Costa Rica in 2022, and this was with the Z9 with the 500 PF, f5.6, 1/160th of a second, ISO 2800, and plus 0.3 EV, and beautiful. Nice that he had another specimen on another branch in the background. That's blurry.
Yeah, I like it.
So very nice. I mean, the foreground image is super tack sharp. I mean, the 500 PF is a great lens if you have it. And unless you're getting a 600 and you need to get rid of the 500, keep that 500 around, and you're not going to be sad having it. Let's put it that way.
Well, I still have my 500, and I have a 600 also. And they kind of go together with the 800. But I don't get my 500 out enough anymore.
Yeah.
But it's a great piece of glass.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And I didn't wear mine out like you did, Jeff. Yeah.
I actually used mine so much I had to send it in for repair. I mean,
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of fried the motor on it, autofocus on it. The next shot that Luis took is just, I mean, something else. I mean, this is a reticulated glass frog guarding her eggs, taken during daytime on a dark forest. This was also in Costa Rica in 2022, and he took this with the D7100. So hey people, old gear still works good. And he of course, Luis loves, and when he does macro type shots, he uses that Tokina 100 millimeter macro, which serves him very, very well. This is at f7.1 at 1/320th of a second, ISO 1250. He did use a flash with a diffuser in this shot, but that is really, really, really neat. Really neat. That's a special shot. That's a shot that every young boy should have on his bedroom wall.
No, definitely a great photo.
Yeah. Now, this third image he sent in is a red adder taken in South Africa at the end of the day in 2016. He was walking with his wife and kids when he saw this adder next to the path where they were walking. He says it's a small species, but very venomous. This one was about 40 centimeters or 15 inches long. He says he took the picture with the camera they used as a family because it was simple to use for their kids. This was with a Canix Ixus, IXUS, Ixus 510HS at 13 millimeters, f5, 1/13th of a second, ISO 100. So that snake wasn't moving if he got this sharp at 1/13th of a second. And Luis was, I don't think that had, that camera probably doesn't have any stabilization at all. So I applaud him for being able to get everything so sharp. Especially if I'm looking at a poisonous snake, I don't think I would necessarily not be moving.
Nerves of steel.
Yes, nerves of steel. Yes, absolutely. And then because he's the man, we'll call him the man of steel. We'll call him like Superman, the man of steel, because then, one nasty snake isn't bad enough. So he has to go get a puff adder from South Africa, related to the previous snake, but a lot larger. This one was at least 4 feet long. His wife saw it crossing a path in the dunes ahead of them. He said he rushed down and saw it slowly moving towards a few bushes. He managed to get this picture before it disappeared out of sight. But this one was the Nikon D750 with the Tamron 150 to 600 at 600 millimeters, f7.1, 1/1600th of a second, ISO 360. So all these pictures had a wide variety of gear and lenses and camera bodies. And as you can see, a lot of those bodies, relatively old, and, performed absolutely wonderful.
Great images as usual from Luis.
Yeah. So Luis, thank you very much for those images. And we will move on to Terry. Now, the images from Terry are all going to be panoramic shots.
Yeah, it was a great shot.
So we will bring up his first image, and this is this was using the Canon EOS 5D SR and a Canon EF 16 to 35 f4L lens, except for the last image, which was with a different lens. This was in New Zealand, South Island, St. Clair Pier, cropped pano, 35 millimeter, f5, 1/8 of a second, ISO 50.
Wow.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I like the panoramic. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've done very few panos myself personally, not because I don't like them, but mainly because if I like them too much, I know I don't want to spend the money to print them and frame them. It's too darn expensive.
The good thing, Jeff, is that nowadays the software is so great and the cameras are so stable that you will see later on. I go to show some panels too. You can do handheld panels nowadays, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I got enough tripods where I could set up and do some nice stuff, but I just, like I said, I just, excuse me, don't tend to do it. I have to try some different things. This is his second shot.
Oh my God.
This was, I think I went too far.
I think Australia is a different planet. Now I'm sure.
Yeah, this is 3 handheld shots. He says the camera, I think he said sounds like he had the camera touching a streetlight pole for some stabilization. He says this was in Australia, Queensland, Brisbane, going for night photography. And he says, and then this happened while he was there. So he had 3 handheld shots against the street light pole, 16 millimeter f6.3, 1/13th of a second, ISO 100. And he got it.
And actually, this comment here from Bob Rosato is a good one, correct? Because it's very difficult. I mean, on that prior photo what Terry did, because it looked seamless, right? But he had to take I don't know how many images, but the fact that he was, I mean, there is time between the images, and he looks incredible, right? Nothing that looks abnormal or moving.
It's really, really hard to do that when you're dealing with ocean waves.
Exactly.
I mean, that's like the hardest of the hard, because obviously, the wave is not going to be in the same position by the time you even take your second shot. Never mind if you're taking 3 or 5. And this shot, it almost looks like, the dark side of the force is on the left and the light side is trying to overtake the dark side or the other way around. Very, very, very interesting image.
There's a monster on the left, that dark object with a big mouth, and he's going to take a bite out of the right side.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you got this right here. And it's fun. Clouds, when I was a kid, I used to love to just lay on a small bank in my backyard and look at the clouds, because you would always use your imagination and see things in the clouds, His next shot, let's see here. This is, let's see, this is in Australia, Queensland, Brisbane, Bowen Terrace. Lookout, Bowen Terrace lookout over the river. 7-frame pano, 35 millimeter f7.1, 30 seconds, ISO 60. Next time we actually have Terry on the show, we're gonna have to ask him if he owns a high-end printer and if he prints any of this stuff. I mean, because I would think with the number of excellent shots that he takes, that his printer must run out of ink an awful lot if he prints half the stuff he takes. And
The other question is,
I mean, it's gorgeous.
yeah, his next shot here is, and
good horse.
I think he took this before. Yeah, it's called Horsehead Beach, Australia, New South Wales. Horsehead Beach. This was 7-frame, a 7-frame pano, 16 millimeter, f16, 6 seconds, ISO 50.
Yeah, beautiful.
So,
wow.
So we have Superman taking pictures of poisonous snakes, and we should call Terry. We'll have to call him Pano Man for his pano shots.
That one rock looks like a seahorse or
Yeah,
top part of the horse. Yeah.
that's cool.
Very cool.
Terry never ceases to amaze me.
No,
With his photography.
no, he does wonderful.
It will look my panels are going to look mundane compared with those of Terry. Fantastic, Terry.
Something happened. Something's happening here. What the heck?
You're buying a house?
No, I don't even know how this is coming up. My computer is like freaking out right now.
Google Maps. Yeah, Google
I had
Maps.
Maps on when I didn't even touch Google Maps. Get out of here, Google Maps.
Someone's spying on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of it, and I'm gonna have to go back. Why in the hell is this doing this? This is freaky. I don't know why it's doing this.
Maybe ICE is trying to take over your computer.
Yeah, I have no clue how to get out of this.
This is Bob's suggestion. You hit the map tab, which I didn't know you have in Lightroom.
Yeah, and this is like a Navigator or something out of somehow. Oh, brother. I have no bloody clue.
Maybe it tells the location of the images from Terry.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I mean that's not. How do I get out of it? I'm like in some Lightroom map mode. Oh,
But it's in Photoshop and
it's
Lightroom.
in Lightroom.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna have to get out of it and go back in. I don't know what else to do.
He said here up to the top right of Lightroom.
Yeah,
Oh, brother.
to the left of the map.
Get out of map here. I don't know how in the heck I hit map when I'm not even.
You know, sometimes if you hit the space bar, that'll happen. You know,
Yeah, I must
something
have
in your
brushed.
memory, it just tab. Yeah.
Brushed. I've never ever even used that function before, so that's why I'm saying, huh?
Oh,
Never ever use it, and so that's. Does it look good now? You have what we're supposed to have?
Not yet. We're seeing ourselves.
Not yet. Okay. We will.
I don't see your sharing because I only see four. Four of us. Okay, it's coming.
there we go. You got it.
There we are. We're back.
Yeah, we didn't know. Don't touch it again, but we will be interested to know which app we use.
Yeah, and I better stop sneezing or whatever I did. Holy crow. That was horrible.
But definitely interesting that you can see where the photo was taken.
Okay, so now we're going to jump ahead and not into a map. This is the Gateway Bridge in Queensland, Australia, 3-frame panel, 16 millimeter f11.
With a lightning as well.
With a little bit of lightning because you got to have a little something extra in a Terry photo.
Exactly. Come on, Terry.
Yeah, Jeff, can you make the pictures bigger? Get rid of
the
us?
screen. Yeah, the screen.
Let me see.
I can. Yeah, I mean, I could get rid of.
We have it now.
There you go.
How's that?
That's good.
That works great.
Okay. It was smaller because I had you guys showing up on the screen. That's why.
Exactly.
So, but everybody didn't come here to look at us. They came to look at the picture. So we got rid of you guys and gals. We got rid of everybody. Then he's got this one. He says this is in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, from the hill, 2-frame panel.
Okay.
At 144 millimeters, using the 70 to 200 millimeter f4 IS USM lens, Canon. So that's the last image from Terry.
Wow.
Terry, we are going to now call you Pano Man.
It's gorgeous.
Wonderful job.
So did he do multiple images, or is that just one shot?
No, he did multiple images. This one is This one's only 2 frames.
Yeah. All right.
This one's 2 frames, but a lot of the other ones were 3 frames or more. So he did a wonderful job.
What DSLR was he using? He has an EF lens on it, or was it?
Yeah, he has a Canon. I'm assuming he used the same lens, same camera body.
Yeah.
He was using the EOS 5D SR.
Okay.
And yeah,
it's gorgeous.
You did a wonderful job. The next images are from our friend Martin.
Okay, so we got
Hopefully Martin is still in the chat.
So we have Martin, and after that,
After Martin, we have a couple shots from Bob again, Bob Reppert, and then we
Okay.
have Randall.
I'm around.
So Randall, get ready, buddy. Have a drink.
Well, I'm ready, but I only found one information on one of the pictures that I have. The rest, whatever I sent to you, that's the other 4 pictures. So
All right. So this is the first shot from
Nice.
Martin. He says January just keeps delivering photo opportunities to him, and what's more, it delivers on a level he was not expecting. He says January started with a few snowy days, and he was surprised by snowfall when I was looking for my favorite owls in close by the park. It seems like this tawny owl was not amused by it at all. Let me tell you, it was unfun to hold the lens in the cold wind. He said he forgot to bring gloves, but he had to take pictures, and he thinks it was well worth it. Says whoever said you could not take wildlife photos with a Z6 II. Here you are. Some substantial cropping done here. Z6 II with the 180, the Z180 to 600 lens at 600 millimeter, 1/320th of a second, ISO 800 at f8.
Yeah, beautiful.
So, yeah, very, very nice.
He did that a lot.
And then he did get some pictures that David will recognize. He says on January 19th, we had a severe geomagnetic storm that produced a beautiful aurora display. He says he kind of missed the peak because he anticipated the start a little later and had to drive 40 miles to get to a good photo location. There was fog in the valleys and also in his city. He says while driving on the Autobahn in the heavily light polluted Rhine-Main area, he saw green bands of light flicker across the sky. And when he was at the mountain peak, there was still a clearly visible display, but the green bands overhead were gone. He says, I still like the results, even if I could have gotten better photos if he was there an hour earlier. He did get this as well with the Z6 II, with the Nikkor 20 millimeter f1.8 AFS ISO 3200 2-second photo at f2.8. And then this next shot, he says this is way past peak, but with some more time to search for a composition. He says, no, I didn't lie down there, even though it was tempting. It was just too cold, he says. And this is also with the Z6 II with the 20 millimeter 1.8 f1.8 lens as well at 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, those are great shots. It just shows you what you can get if you're at the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the emissions from the sun, they're constantly changing, and some of these are localized and some of these aren't. But what you're seeing could easily be 100 to 200 kilometers from where he's standing, where the light in the sky is. You know, it's not that often that the aurora is overhead. It's always in the distance, and you know,
Exactly.
these are great. You know.
Yeah, he doesn't have much to complain about, that's for sure. But we all do complain about our own images. We all know that, right? We're our worst critic. And then his last shot that he sent me here was, he says, the surprise was a fox. He says this fox strolled across the ice on a local pond while we were waiting for the bitterns to show up. Most of the time, bitterns just hide in the reeds, but this fox made waiting worthwhile. Of course, we saw the bittern a few minutes later, but it was pretty far away, so no photos. The fox made him quite happy. Such a beautiful animal, because he loves the red fur on the blue ice. And pretty massive crop. He said the distance was pretty big. And when he says a pretty big crop, and this was using the Z9 with the 800 PF. And you would be amazed that, yes, even when you have an 800 PF, you end up taking pictures that you have to crop. And this was ISO 900 at 1/3200th of a second at f6.3. And he said, I do realize I should use the ZF more instead of the Z6 II, but I kind of feel reluctant because he got the ZF, I guess, for his upcoming sabbatical. So he's kind of like saving it for a special occasion. But very good, Martin. Very
Excellent.
good shots. Then I've got a few more images. The next two images are from Bob as well, where he captured a yellow-bellied sapsucker. And so this was, I'm pretty sure this was at the north end of the park that we go to, and he got a few images of it, which is very nice.
Those are beautiful.
Very nice.
That's
Well
a
done,
great
Bob.
lens.
Nice and sharp.
Yeah.
That's with the 180 to 600. A lot of people say, it's not, yeah, I mean, if you do, the old, what do you call it? Just zoom in like crazy and pixel peep. But, anything that you would print out, you print this out on a print, it's going to look perfectly doggone fine. Nothing wrong with it at all.
I like the bokeh in the background too. So
yeah,
good contrast.
So now, Randall, we're going to be hitting yours. I hope I put them in the correct order.
Well, that's all right. I know what they're called. So this was the only one I can remember what lens I used. I thought it was the Viltrox, but actually, well, it is the Viltrox, but it's the 28 millimeter instead of the 20 millimeter 4.5 pancake lens on the Sony A7 IV. And what I did was I cropped it up, magnified it, and then did a screenshot. And the next four after this are done the same way, but the other four pictures, I can't remember. I know. I think
I've got your information. I got your information from.
Oh, good.
For your other, what you use for a camera and lenses on your other shots.
Excellent. Okay.
I believe at least on the next one anyway.
Yeah. Well, it should be the same for the next ones.
Well, the next one, this one, you said you used the A7 V with the 24 to 240 zoom lens.
And I used that lens for the other three also after this.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is like bird one. What type of bird is that? What type of sparrow?
It's a mockingbird.
Mockingbird.
Oh, it's a mockingbird. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
It's mocking you.
Yeah. But I couldn't believe that, when magnifying, and then I said, well, let me try this. And then you just do a screenshot. It didn't leave any of the original information on what camera I used or whatever. But I thought it was an excellent way of presenting images that you take with certain cameras. So this is a 33 megapixel camera. And the autofocus is great. I've always liked the 24 to 240 lens. And I do that also now with the 24 to 70, the S version 2 lens, which I love. But that's when I use the Nikons. But it was a great shot. And I think I got another one where he was doing a little bit different. I think.
Yeah, we'll jump to another one here.
Yeah. Yeah. So he moved, or she moved to the branch, and I was thinking of brightening it up, but I said, nah, it looks good enough. I wanted to show a little bit about the dynamic range, but there's a little bokeh on the back. The background is kind of bright, but I saw no purple fringing, which I was looking at. But the branches and the bird and the feathers, they're sharp. Even when I started pixel peak on there, I decided to leave it at that range because of the tail, and then the bird was over the center area. So I thought it was a good contrast putting that picture right there. And
And
I'm always experimenting with
then you switch to a friend of yours.
yeah. and he has a mate now. So now there's two of them.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. So Mr. Pickaboo has a Mrs. Pickaboo, and she's big. I think she's ready to give some kids shortly. But they drive Lucky crazy, and he gets so frustrated he starts digging holes, and now he's eating the side of my house. So I don't know what to do about that. But they go up there and they really antagonize him. So he used to jump on the picnic table, bark at him because he can't reach him. So I put chairs up there to prevent him from doing that. But I did the same process where I did a magnify and then I just did a screenshot. And it looked fantastic. At full size on the screen, it looks fantastic. Everything is sharp and clear. And like I said, I don't really see
unlucky territory pretty soon.
well, yeah. One almost fell today, but stayed on the branch, but Lucky was underneath waiting for it.
there's your
And,
last one, I think.
Yeah. So he was eating a nut, and he was looking at me, So he's used to me taking pictures of him. So anyway, that's my adventure with wildlife right there. That or deer next door. So yeah, if I see a snake, well, I got that telephoto zoom lens, and I'm way real far away from the snake. And
Well,
squirrels.
we're going to have to give you the Luis challenge because you got plenty of poisonous snakes in Texas. So you're going to have to try to outdo Luis and get some close-up poisonous snake pictures for us.
I don't know. I think Roy has it right there with the snakes, him and Martin. So, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Randall.
No problem.
I love the photo of Lucky, Randall, as I told you when you sent me.
Yeah.
A good portrait of Lucky.
And it's a 4.5 pancake lens, and I couldn't believe how sharp it was. It was unreal. So
so who's next?
The next images are the next batch of images are from first batch is from David, and the next batch following his are from Anita.
Okay.
So we're going to start with David's, and we'll let him narrate, and hopefully they are in the correct order. You never know with me, guys. I'm very unreliable.
Well, that's okay. It doesn't matter what order that they're in. But this one, it was actually, what time of day was this? Anyway, I can't remember.
That was
in the
morning because we
Yep.
got the fog.
And it was warm, and we're right alongside the Trans Canada. This is shot in Banff in the park, and we noticed that there were 6 hot springs along here, and you'd never know that the hot springs are there in the wintertime because it's usually too cold, and in the summer you'd never know it because there's no ice. But this is what was like it in the morning, and you can see where the frost is on the grass that was there, on the leaves. Yeah, but the sun is off to the right, and this was shot with my favorite lens, which for everybody that has an icon is a 24 to 120.
4 to 120. Yep.
Yep.
No, I like it. I like the little fog, misty look above the water.
Yep.
So then we will jump to your second shot.
And this was with the 100 to 400. And this is ski joring. Is you have a rider on a horse. You notice that she's holding on to a rope there. And she's towing it's either a snowboarder or a skier behind her. And they're going to do all manner of crazy things, which you'll see in the next picture. Yep. And so they go over a jump, and this guy he's being sponsored by a beer company, Bandit Peak, and it's this was going on for an hour and a half. You see these guys go up and they do all manner of flips and whatever, and you can see the horse and rider in the lower right, but
So
by
that's
the no turn sign.
That's in the main street, or what is it?
Yeah, it's on the main street of Banff. What they is this is a boulevard, and they for 2 blocks and a bit they brought in snow, and this lasted for 2 days, and the next day by noon all the snow and everything was gone. No.
Wow.
But,
So she pulls the skiers, and then they hit a ramp or whatever, and then they're doing flips and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there were actually two ramps. We could only see one where we were,
Yeah.
but it was it was interesting, and then the odd guy went off the ramp a little bit on the left side, and when he came down, the spectators got a little bit of snow in the face. Yeah. But this was with my or like this one and the next one are both with my 100 to 400.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
We'll jump to your next one.
Yeah.
The melting ice here.
Yeah, it's he's right beside a hot spring, and this one here, it looks like it's compressed horizontally. That's better.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, but there's a whole bunch of suckers that they were beside the hot spring. I think what's happening is there's not much oxygen in the lake from this time of the year, and so the suckers were accumulating there, and it's a good place for the otter to be. And in the different times there were coyotes in there, and they were getting the suckers out of the water.
Wow.
Beautiful.
He just has that look like, I don't want to be here. You know.
And this was in Banff when there was actually snow in Banff. You know,
2 weeks ago.
yeah, and this is 2 weeks ago, and
Wow.
it is not easy to get a picture in Banff with 3 Canadian flags, but I managed. You know.
Yeah, that's unreal. It was windy that day too.
Oh yeah, it was a nice day. You know.
Yeah.
It's what we call a nice day up here is not necessarily what you call a nice day down where you live, Randall.
I know.
Yeah. So now I'm assuming, like right now, probably all that snow's gone, huh?
Yeah, it's all gone.
Wow.
Yeah, and
And this was your for when I first saw this image, I'm thinking Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
and this guy he's sculpting a snow sculpture. Well,
Wow.
and they're using electric chainsaws because they start. You know, And,
Yeah, I just said this is the guy I don't want mad at me.
yeah.
Yeah.
And he's not even mad at the snow. He was in great. But the faces that he was making and the tools that they were using to shape the snow and whatever is, it was just amazing what they were doing. And this is with my favorite lens again. But this wasn't with my favorite lens this time. I was using my Nifty 50. And yeah. And that moose in this picture is black.
So how long ago did you take this image?
2 weeks.
Oh wow, yeah. See, we get
Yeah,
in trouble.
2026. Yeah.
I would get fined if I still had Christmas lights on in my neighborhood right now. Believe it or not.
Well, they're not Christmas lights. These are for advertisements, whatever.
For advertisement, just decorations in general.
Yep. Yeah, and it lit up the front of the hotel really nice.
Yeah.
So, and this was handheld. Yeah.
On a cold night.
Yeah. As Anita says, it was a cold night, but it was it was interesting to be out. We just went out for an hour and a bit and walked up and down Main Street and shot some stuff. And
Came back and hopped in the hot tub.
And this is your last image, David, out of your batch that you sent.
Yeah. And I managed to get the aurora in the background of and this is the big hotel in Lake Louise.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And this is a single shot. And that gives you an idea of the dynamic range on the Z8. And I shot this with 24 millimeter because that was my only prime other than my 50 that I had with me on this trip, because there wasn't supposed to be any aurora. So I had all of my low light gear at home, and Anita had a 20, and that was it for low light gear for both of us. But I say, like, this is a single shot. It's
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
it's gorgeous.
Great.
Hey, you get a wide enough lens, you don't need to do panel shots,
Yeah. Okay, and I guess now
we got Anita, we got yours coming up now.
Okay.
So I'll let you talk to these. And
so these were taken one day that we had a beautiful silver frost, and I went out for a little drive, maybe about half an hour drive. And this is what I took on the way out. And when I was on my way back, there was no snow on those trees. It had melted. If I'd have been 20 minutes later, I would not have got these photos.
wow.
But it was a beautiful day and beautiful snow, or I guess more like a hoarfrost.
Yeah, and all it takes is a 5 km/h breeze, and there's no snow left on the trees.
And I'd be pretty certain to say that I probably shot these with the 24 to 120, but I can't tell you if I was using my 6 or my 8 on that day.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I like it. You got footprints going up to that gate.
And they're not mine.
And they're not yours.
And this was just at a crossroad. So it was an intersection, and I just shot diagonally, and I really liked that photo. And again, it gives an idea of how much snow was on the trees, plus the frost.
And it's nice. It's nice that the sky cooperated and gave you a couple white fluffy clouds too.
It is.
And you can see there's almost no snow in the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys must be freaking out with the snow melted.
Well, it's going to be hard on the crops next year unless we get a fair bit of rain. Yeah.
And this was taken 2 weeks ago.
Uh-oh. Somebody dropped out.
Yeah,
I
they'll
bring
get
them,
it.
I bring them back. I bring them back.
This was very close to where David's shot was taken. And this again is, I believe this might be an evening shot. Or is it morning? Can't tell. I can't remember what time of day I took this. It would either be evening or morning. I did have to warm it up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks
I
like
mean, I love the clouds on the top.
yeah, the clouds
then
on
the
the top
reflection.
make it look like
Yeah.
something bad's coming.
Yeah.
Again, luck of the draw, being at the right place at the right time.
It's gorgeous.
And no, this is taken it's the Bow River in Banff. Just looking down the river, and you can see there is a wee bit of open water heading out, and off to the left are the falls. The falls were pretty well iced over, but you could hear the water coming through, but there was open water here. So
Yeah,
again, 24 to 120.
definitely not a lot of snow.
No, and a lot less this weekend.
Wow.
And this one is definitely an evening shot. And that is Vermilion Lake, just as you drive into Banff town site. And we try to be there for both morning shots and evening shots. And in the evening, you can see the skaters are out in that ice. I can tell you, I would not be out in that ice because
Yeah.
that's the same place where the hot springs are. So if you don't know where you're going, you could go through the ice easily.
Wow.
I just can't believe how some people do things like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering that if it was when I first saw the people, I'm like, is that a good idea?
Maybe all the winters will have been a lot colder.
Well, we didn't have our gear with us to check the thickness of the ice. Yeah, and there's lots of times what I'll do. When I was working, I always had an axe with me, and when they're going across the ice, we'd be checking it. And there's one lake that I went across, and I checked the ice every step, and every step my axe went through the ice.
Oh, wow.
Tell by how hard that I hit it, how strong that the ice was. And there was three of us, or no, I guess there's just two of us, but there's no way that we were within 10 meters of each other,
Jeez.
just in case. And the ice only froze the day before
Wow.
the lake, but
I wouldn't be skating on it.
well, it's with ice, it's got not much strength in tension, but it's got a lot of strength in compression, and it is fairly flexible as long, depending on how you stress it. So if you move slowly, you're better off than if you move fast, because because what happens when you move, you create a wave in the ice, and it is and and the ice can become separated from the water underneath from this wave. And if you stand on the part, or you put a weight on the ice that's not supported by the water, that's when it breaks really fast.
Mm.
And so that the speed that you want to be going is less than 10 miles an hour. So that you don't get on top of this wave.
No speed skaters allowed.
Well, but after you get 4 inches ice, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
For skating.
Now, before I show the next image here, David doesn't realize that in Morse code, he told me that if you can guess who this person is in the next image, he'll ship you a 6-pack of Molson Golden Ale. Anybody got any guesses here?
Yeah. But look how high the snow is.
Yes,
I guess
that
they
is-
shoved it. Yeah.
That was farther north than Banff, going up to Peyto Lake. And we were up higher in elevation, and definitely they had snow up there.
And like I'm standing on a meter of snow. And that's how compacted that the snow was. Like it was easy to, like we had snowshoes with us, but we didn't need them because we just followed the tracks everybody else was on. And it came across the sign that was showing the depth of snow. And
Wow.
where we were, it was a meter deep. And when you can see the depth of the snow in the shelter there, so.
I see you got your nice warm hat on.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's my rat hat.
The rat hat.
Yeah, for muskrat. Yeah, the trappers call them rats.
Yeah, I think I've got a hat similar that's lined with rabbit fur, and it's man, that keeps you warm. Does wonders. And then we got, I think, 2 more here, Anita.
Yeah.
And this is a little blurry because the computer is spooling up here and thinking about it. Come on. I'm on hard drives. Let's go. Get a move on. I got to feed the mice. The mice are starting to need food.
Either that or you got to take your dog for a walk.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
So again, just an interesting shot. Going down the road, like what we saw, stopped the truck and got out and took some photos.
Definitely, they like the leading line of the road, Anita.
Yes, I like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you wonder where you're going to go.
Exactly.
That Ben looks pretty sharp. I don't know. You wonder where you're going to end up.
No, and the road was icy that day.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a day to be speeding. And again, that is in Banff National Park.
And then we got your last image here.
Yeah, that was taken the same night that David took the one with the big hotel and and I was set up in a different place and shooting in a different direction. And that's probably the best they were that night. It wasn't a good show. They were.
But it still looks awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is that, I mean, is that water in the front or anything? Or is that?
No, this is a parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And we set up on the west side of the parking lot so that the trees to the north and the east, actually I guess more to the south side of the parking lot, so the horizon would be lower, because the aurora wasn't all that high for most of the night, and it was usually fairly low, but this is one of those, and it's hard to generalize about the aurora because there are so many exceptions. But
Yeah. And that aurora event that we have, uh, the solar storm was pretty powerful, but unfortunately, David, you can explain that to others here. It did not produce as many good aurora, although the the solar storm was pretty strong and lasted almost like a couple of days, correct?
Yeah, it lasted about 30 or 40 hours, but
Wow.
for the first night for us, it was cloudy, and the last thing that I want is a KP of 8 plus, and then KP is measured out of 9. Uh, the BZ, I think, was down in the negative 30s, and the way that I look at it, a negative 3 is good.
But it was not. There was an issue that the polarization will.
Okay, the polarization, it started off being very high positive, but it ended up going negative, through the night.
Unfortunately, that was not at the peak of the storm, correct?
I'm not too sure when the peak was. It is it probably went when the BZ was the largest absolute value.
Mhm.
And the density was really high, and the speed was really high. So you had your 4 major factors were all really good, and that doesn't happen very often. Maybe once or twice a year, and in some years it never happens. But we're lucky, and at least we don't have any satellites in the air that are getting knocked out. And it's because that's another thing. What happens is when the aurora is big, the atmosphere around the Earth, it expands, and the satellites that are in low orbit, their drag increases, and so it takes more propellant to keep them up, or else they lose them. But that's not my problem anyway.
Yeah.
Anita, thanks a lot for throwing your hat in your pictures in the hat for us this week.
You're welcome.
And thank you for all the comments for both of our pictures, from Scuba Rodsy and from Jim and the rest. And we're just glad to have some pictures to show you guys.
Excellent.
Our next grouping is we got a handful of pictures that Real Nikon Lover, aka Jim Eads, sent us. So we have some pictures from Jim, and he took some bird shots, and he's saying not a bird dude, so Gustavo can identify the critters. So he's putting the pressure on Gustavo here. And then we have, after Jim, we have images. Speaking of Gustavo, his images are after Jim's. And then we have some images that Jeff Sluter sent us. So we will jump to the images from Jim. And he starts off, before I put the first picture up, he starts off by saying, today he decided to risk the gnarly weather here. Oh, wait, it's 78 degrees. I don't feel too horrible about your weather, Jim. And drag out the trusty Z9, the 800 PF, and the 2x teleconverter. He says, it's bird time. So he says, we'll bring up the first image here. He says these critters were about 50 feet away, sitting on their neighbor's fence and in a tree. All photos shot handheld and shutter priority. ISO 200, 1/200th of a second, f13. Says post-processed with Nikon NX, NX2, Photoshop elements, cropped to taste. And so, Gustavo, we put the pressure on you if you know what these critters are as we go through.
I forgot to check, but I mean it's obviously a sort of sparrow, but I don't know where is it. I don't think this is a white crown sparrow, but I need to check. You need to give
That was his choices. He says, I think they're common white crown sparrow, finch, and maybe Oregon junco, or perhaps a phoebe.
Definitely not a Junco. I think it's Sparrow for sure.
Okay. So then we will jump to his next one.
Oh, wow. Look at the red.
Yeah. Now that we know that's a house.
Okay.
That's just an angry bird. That's why its head is red. The wife didn't come home on time. That's a nice pose.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the fence. Nothing like living your life on the fence, right?
These were taken with 800 millimeter or the
He
one.
took this with the 800 and a 2 times teleconverter.
Yeah, imagine.
Oh, wow. Gee.
Beautiful. I like that one.
Then he got we got it going the other way. Eye is nice and sharp.
Yes.
Eye is nice and sharp.
Gorgeous.
It takes so well that teleconverter that 800.
And then he got this one.
Now
Oh,
that
my
is
goodness.
that's
Gorgeous.
definitely the Junco for sure.
Looks like on the head and the neck area, like somebody combed hair, combed it, combed the feathers. You see every single little texture.
Yes.
Very, very nice. Now, his last image that he sent in was something that he had sent me, and I think Gustavo as well, quite a while ago, and I meant to share it on an older photo review. And I'm old, I forget things, but I still had it on my computer, so I grabbed it and said I would share this with everybody tonight. This was a shot that he took from looking down at the beach from the balcony of a cruise ship in Grand Turk. So this is a part of the island of Grand Turk. And he took that from the cruise ship.
Wow. That's on his, I think it was December that he did a Bahamas trip, correct?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Mm.
Yeah, I had it on my computer and I put it on the side. And, Jim sends us pictures on and off, family images, things like that. And I always like to, ask permission before I share images that people send privately where they're not per se flagged for the photo review. But
certainly the one that involve family and individual.
Right. You don't share those unless the person wants you to. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, I thought this one was safe to share.
It's beautiful.
But Jim, nice job. Thank you for sending in those images of the birds. You did well with a 2 times teleconverter on an 800. That's for sure. And I don't think anybody can complain that. I mean, if you were shooting with a 2 times F mount teleconverter, they wouldn't be very impressive. Let's put it that way. The Z mount ones are completely so much better than the F mount ones.
Look at this, what he said here. I believe it was a six shot handheld put together with Microsoft Ice app.
Microsoft Ice sounds like a beer. But thanks a lot, Jim.
Gorgeous.
And our next images are from Mr. Gustavo, and I'll let him talk to him. And if he forgets anything, I got all his notes in front of me. But Gustavo doesn't forget. So we'll start off in the order in which they were received.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Actually, these were some photos that my wife asked me to do of our cats. Right? It turned out, and that's it wasn't as easy to get what I wanted. So it took me a couple of days to get a couple of photos. This is Mr. Andy here, and these photos were taken with the Plena lens, right? Which, if as we know, is a great lens, but you know, deciding how much you want to be on focus, correct? When they taking probably a couple of meters away from where the cat was sitting in the sofa, um, it was difficult. I didn't want to. I have some flashes, but I didn't want to use. I want to use the available light. So it took a while to get something that my wife was okay with it, right? So I encourage you guys, and I know Randa does that with Loki all the time, you know, to practice
Yeah.
and try to get it. But difficult. Taking photos of your own pets can be more difficult than we anticipate, correct? And it's a good
Yeah,
practice.
especially when it goes to the tail and not the eye or the
Exactly.
ear. Yeah.
Although it was. I mean, the lens, of course, the lens combination here with the C8 on it was going for the eye, but I think I had to stop it down to a 4, okay? Because if you get it on the eye, it will focus in one eye and the other one will not be okay, or the nose will be out of focus. It was kind of
Yeah.
challenging to get a photo that was pleasing to us, okay? So anyway, so this is kind of a personal project which I will continue here trying to get some good photos of our animals.
I like the colors of the
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah.
And then
It
and
looks
then
like
he
he's.
then he did the old cat switcheroo.
Yes.
The cat switcheroo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So this is our
Is
other.
that an air tag on him?
I'm sorry.
On his? Is that an air tag on his collar?
Yes, yes, yes. We have air
Yeah.
tags of both of them. Actually, we replaced them recently with the new ones because they sometimes see here in the house, uh, with it being a log house. Sometimes doesn't detect them well, but the new ones seem to be having a slightly wider range, and my wife get a little bit
Okay.
care when we cannot find them. But anyway, so this is Mr. Nicky, which I think you guys have seen. Uh, you have seen Andy around before, but not never seen Nicky. He's a little
Yeah.
bit more shy. Uh, Again, this was taken there, trying to get a close up of his face, faced with the same situation, right? Which part of this is all natural light, uh, trying to see how much depth of field I couldn't get to get an image and still get a relatively pleasant background, correct? So
Yeah,
anyway,
does a wonderful job just blurring everything out in the back.
exactly.
It's gorgeous. Yeah. I love the colors.
Yes, yes, indeed, there is a brick at the back. This is around our uh, chimney, one of the chimneys that we have here. So anyway, so this is a project we're still going. So I mentioned early on the next set of pictures that remember I did a trip to Moab, and we could do certain things. We were not able to do other things. That time the weather cooperated was much better. Um, uh, uh, but this time I wanted to visit a couple of places that we couldn't visit with my son last time. So show the next one first, because this is a very these are pictures
Oh, yeah.
from Canyonlands, and this is probably one of the most photographed places. I mean, if you go and check for photos of Canyonland, you will see a lot of the pictures in this particular location. Now, where people go here to photograph, this is a place called Mesa Arch, which is about zero point 0.8 miles from the parking lot. Is basically people go to photograph here very early in the morning because uh, this arch which frame the canyon behind and the sunrise over a relatively large part of the year comes exactly from from the mountains in the background, in top of the mountains in the background. So a lot of people go there to take that photo. That day, as you can see, it was a little bit cloudy, which I like it. It's not the usual photo you can see there, but I wanted to photograph actually this type of less contrasting weather. You will see in the other photo that was about to snow, and actually ended getting an image which is not the image that most people go and take in that particular location. But I like the fact that the canyon behind get framed by the actual uh, by the actual arch, correct? Now, obviously, I wanted to stop it down all the way to F11 because I wanted both the background and the uh, and the foreground by the arch to be in focus.
Now, a question for you: if the sun was coming up in the background,
Yeah.
would and I've maybe seen some pictures from
This
the
location, I'm
point
sure
of view, but would it illuminate the arch underneath if the sun was coming up?
yes, so sometimes you get the effect that the bottom part of the arch get redder because you get the light, the first light there.
Yeah,
But what a lot of people try to do is just to obscure the sun just a little bit
yeah.
on the arch or with the horizon, so you get a starburst effect.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So so this is one of these iconic places that everybody goes to photograph. It's one of those places that you go. I have go and photograph multiple times. This time was with this cloudy weather about to snow in the winter, which was fantastic because there was not. This place get busy. I mean, if you go early in the morning before sunrise, you will have a line of photographers because this is during the winter here, and it was not a good weather. Actually, it was pretty cold. It was only my wife and I and a couple of other photographers, so we enjoy it more for that reason. So
Yeah, you weren't standing in line to get a shot.
no. We could explore it. Now that I got all the photos, Jeff, that you will freak out because there is like I mean, this is like the entrance of the cliff, and between the front end and the back end, there is like a big fracture that goes all the way to the bottom of the canyon. I took some pictures there, but for this today, I only wanted to show the iconic photo of what they call Mesa Arch. Correct? Now the
Yeah,
proud
I
one,
see stuff from Utah, and I say, oh, I'd like to go there and get those kind of shots, but not realizing that if I were to go there, I would probably get out of the car and look around and say, no, I'm going to freak out because of the height and this, that, and the other, and I wouldn't be able to do it
so
because
the proud
I'm a wimp when it comes to heights. I just don't do well with height.
yeah, but the photos will lure you to get your
Yeah.
to overcome that. So you look back to the prior ones,
Go
correct?
back.
So
Okay.
while we stay there for a while, taking photos and some details. This photo here, you can see, obviously, I'm concentrating here on the canyon, but I did like the fact that you can see already the first uh, snow coming, in this case, coming from the east into the west. Actually, got snow in as we were getting out of this, as we hike out on the area. So you can see on the bottom part, I told you the other day, you can see some of the drainage in the canyon, and actually all this area here at one point was explored for. They were looking for, or actually they found some uranium, and there were some uranium mining, and that's why there are some roads in this area here. So anyway, so I actually like both pictures. I took a series of pictures. The one more classical one with the mesa arch framing the canyon, and this one here with the snow coming into the canyons.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought it was fire or smoke from a
No,
fire, but
it's
that's
snow.
snow. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the next series of pictures are actually basically the reason why we were there. Um, we when we went in December, um, we wanted to go and see the Arch. I think I showed you uh, of some photos from the Arch for an overview, correct? But I went with my wife and son, climbed to the overview, and I haven't been in this location for a long, long time, partially because to hike to this location, it's kind of a strenuous hike, correct? And when I went to see the arch from the overview with my son, I said, I think I can make it now to the arch. So uh, that put that into to my mind that I'm now fit enough that I could make that climb, which is it's only a hike, which is about round trip like a 3 miles, but it's all uphill, correct? So it goes in elevation about 450 feet from the where you park, and then you have to hike. Now we had 2 days that we could do it. The first day was probably the best. Uh, but we know there was a chance for bad weather in the afternoon, and you saw that bad weather in the prior one. This is after the snow passed. Now, the problem was that there was snow in the trail, and it actually turned out to be a little bit of a trouble. The good thing is this thing get although we went very early in the morning, it get packed with a lot of people. So to take this view, sometimes you have to clone a couple of people out or a lot of people out. In this case, I think I only had to I had to erase one person on
Oh,
the
so you just throw them in the bowl at the bottom there? Is that where they go?
exactly.
That's
But
where I would end. That's where I'm worrying about
oh,
ending up is in that bowl.
this was really this for some of you that have been here. This is a little bit more sketchy because that incline. Actually, we were talking to some of the rangers, um, and they were telling us that no, they had to uh, typically the summer and the fall where this is very popular. They had to have a ranger typically going there, and it's not uncommon to have to rescue people. And they have actually people that have fall down all the way and die in that bowl. Right? But this is another iconic uh, landmark. Actually, is in the Utah license plate, right? But I wanted to be there for the longest time, and I felt that I was fit enough now to make it, and we make it easily. So my wife and I have been looking forward to do some other uh, of this type of hike, right? So I have two photos to show you of the Delhi Karaj. Both are panos, as you can see here. Now this girl was like a mountain goat. She was running around. So I saw the opportunity here to take a photo that include a human being that should not be doing that, but you know how young people are sometimes,
You
right?
should have switched to video mode and captured the death, her death.
Exactly. So I like this photo because it has some human element into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But definitely we got good weather. I tell you a little bit of story. Unfortunately, you come from behind those rocks that you see on the right side, and and this uh, slope, the other side of the slope, is it basically faced north. So there was some ice on the ground when we were climbing into this place, and actually going down. I ended uh, I ended in the floor because I couldn't get I couldn't get I couldn't I mean I lost my balance, so it was sketchy. So much, and we didn't have our cleats with us. So unfortunately, that was a little bit of a lesson. But anyway, so those are the two. Now, of course, as you know, I'm a wildlife photographer, so it just happened that when we were there were some ravens that were going around, as usual, trying to be opportunistic and see what they could uh, what they can find, right? So I noticed this raven actually was trying to look uh, inside the camera bag of a fellow photographer and see whether he has some snack. So I actually ended taking these photos, and these were taken, I believe, with the 24 to 120, correct? And
Yeah.
actually, I was probably less than maybe a couple of meters away from where the raven was. So it was very forthcoming. He knew that we were trying to, move around in these sloping rocks. Nobody could move fast, but so I ended taking the photo, and then I noticed also that this other photographer was taking the photo, and I actually took a photo um, of the raven and the photographer. All right, so go to the next one there. So you can
Oh,
see,
wow.
so he was doing some video
Oh my
on
God! Is he like if he sneezed, he'd fall over the edge?
exactly.
That's nuts. That's nuts.
So
So
he
like
was,
down here, save yourself. What are you doing?
well, but we're photographers, so I first had to take some pictures of him. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So I took some pictures. Actually, I didn't have my cards with me, so I actually ended giving me the. I showed him the photos. I say, hey, you send me an email, I send it back to you because I like the the photo of him taking the photo, but he hasn't contacted me yet. So,
Oh, wow.
but definitely it was a nice photo. This guy was mostly doing videography.
Okay. Yeah.
So you see Randall trying some cameras there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the last photo I want to show from this outing at this time is actually on Delicate Arch. We were photographing the other side, and this raven was going around. Believe it or not, this photo of this raven, which I like because it's kind of an environmental photo, it was taken and it has the landmark behind. Actually, it was taken with a 14 to 20 to 30 millimeter f4 lens, and I believe this was taken like a 70 millimeter. Huh? So this raven was still going around. I actually wanted to see when he was flying around the arch to see if I could get one of the photos, but no, he was there, uh, uh, still trying to see whether he could find some food. My wife was saying, "Oh, I should have brought some Cheetos or something," but that was not in our priority. But he posed quite well and added to the kind of environmental bird photo. So that's what I have, guys.
Excellent. Excellent.
Great job. Great job.
They're great shots, Gustavo,
Yeah,
even if it is a pigeon.
That looks like a pretty big pigeon. He's fed well.
Oh,
that raven was saying, "Go ahead, big fella, fall down again. I'll get you."
And they are so clever. They are so they actually are fantastic animals.
boy, are they ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks once again, as always. And our upcoming shots, we got Jeff Sluter with some shots, and then we'll get into images from Scuba Rossi. So Jeff's first shot here is of a barred owl.
Yeah. Two barrels.
Using the Canon 100 to 500 at 500. So that must have been just the relatively early in the morning, probably when the light just starts to come up and hits one side of the bird. And then he got a friendly muskrat who posed so nicely.
Not yet made into a hat.
Yeah, not part of David's hat ensemble yet.
You two beat me to it. Yeah, I was thinking as a feature hat.
Yeah.
Muskrat fur is nice and soft, not like beaver, because beaver's got guard hairs that make it feel coarse. But the muskrat is nice and soft.
And then he got ran into some beavers. And if you go to Jeff's website on YouTube, he has a short video clip, and you can hear them chewing on the wood. You could hear their teeth nibbling on these little branches. That they're all three of them. You could just hear them chewing on the wood. And I joked with him. I says, "Talk about a high fiber diet. I don't know how they could tolerate it." Then his last shot here was titled "The Eagle Flyby," and he says they were at a local lake looking to see if the snowstorm brought in any new waterfowl, and he said just the usual suspects. And a resident eagle decided to buzz congregation of ducks and geese while he had his camera out, and so the eagle's buzzing them, getting them all freaking out. He says, luck beats skill every time. Wish I could say how many hours I sat in the cold with no water or food as I patiently waited for the eagle to make a move. All, of course, after hiking 30 miles in waist-deep snow up a 30-degree incline. The truth is, I was sitting in my nice warm car with binoculars scanning the open water to see if there were any new ducks or geese. And he saw the eagle circling the lake, stepped out of his car, got the shot as it flew by. 80% luck, 18% having his camera with him, and 2% skill. And he says, and the 2% maybe giving myself more credit than I deserve. So he built it up real good. I was feeling bad for him as I'm reading it for the first time, and I'm saying, gee, you hiked 30 miles in waist deep snow, all this stuff. And then he says, I was in my car. What a letdown. I was going to put you on a pedestal, Jeff, and then you knocked yourself down to being just the average Joe driving around in his car. But hey, you got it. You got it. And this is a tricky exposure with all that ice and snow on the ground. Believe me, did a nice job.
Definitely.
Did a nice job. So that's everything that Jeff sent in. So thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay, who's coming next?
We appreciate it. So we got a series of shots from Scubarazzi.
Okay.
And then after him, we've got, let's see. After him, we're going to show shots from Michael Dries sent in some.
Okay.
And then we got a few from Bob Rosado. And then at the end, it'll be me. So we're getting there. So let me back up so I get all of Scubarazzi's information here. Okay. So we'll put up the first shot. And he says, unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of time or opportunities to do some good photos this month. So he went with some additional photos from his trip to Prague last year. He says, as I'm not a very gifted street photographer, this is what you get. So he says, he got a new gadget, and originally he tried to do something new and different, but unfortunately he didn't have the time and the right conditions. But he says he'll try to deliver something for the next review in March. So the first image that you're looking at right now, he says, just illustrates why the nutrients from the last photo review are that friendly. Here you can see how people feed them with carrots.
Oh, wow.
So they're feeding them with carrots. And then let's see. So this was with the Z52 with the Tamron 18 to 300 millimeter lens at 300 millimeters, 1/100th of a second f6.3, ISO 11,400.
Wow.
And his next shot here
Yeah.
was, he says, here you could see how friendly they are. They are not shy at all. And they start to beg and get very close. In his case, they even started to bite his pens.
Wow.
Okay, so now you've seen Paul's sexy leg with a nutria all over him, trying to maul him for a bic, for a pen. This was with the same lens and camera, the Z52 with the Tamron 18 to 300 at 47 millimeters. So in the next shot, he goes back to the city, and he says he had a similar image. The last photo review, he says this shot was taken from the Carl's Bridge in a direction of the castle, so you could see more of the castle than you did in the other images up in the right-hand side of the image. And he says this was on an evening, you know, he said he didn't have mist like in the other images. And he says that's why you could see the castle and its church in the right-hand corner. And he did shoot high and handheld to not have people in the photo because the bridge was crowded with a lot of people. And this is with the same camera and lens as previously discussed. And let me get to his notes. So this is a real cool photo with a technique that we probably remember back when we were a lot younger and probably don't often use it. This was a image that he did an experiment with the National Theater. He had his camera on a tripod and he did a long exposure of 5 seconds while zooming in with his lens. And that's how you got that effect
Yeah.
of streaking. Zooming while you're on a tripod.
Beautiful.
And that
So
was
here,
5
so
seconds.
here he was zooming in with the lens. Zooming in with the lens. That's a cool shot. Very nice. Then he moved on to the top of the National Theater. He says it's a nice old building and a work of art. He says this image is a little bit special as it does not show the whole building, but only the roof with the statue in front of it. He says, but keep this to yourselves. If the wrong person finds out, the taxpayer will need to pay for an even bigger and more golden one. This is where he switched to the Z8 with the Nikon Z28 to 400 lens at 350 millimeters. So then, Scubarazzi never ceases to amaze us with his thought process when he's taking his pictures. So this image is a long time exposure going down the electric stairs into the Prague metro. They have a great public transport system. He says, I like the metro as every station is looking different. What he did here is he's riding down the stairs with his camera in his hand and having a long exposure. So he tried to have everything on his side of the stairs sharp and the surrounding and the people on the other side blurred. So he said he tried several metro stations, but this image was the sharpest one. As the Z52 does not have IBIS, he had to rely on the one in the lens. So he tried also exposures of more than 1 minute, but that didn't work out very well. This was a 1 second exposure. So he said stairs are also shaking, and he's not able to compensate for that. Maybe a gimbal would work, but he doesn't have one. But I think the result is pretty neat.
It's beautiful. Yeah.
Absolutely, very cool, very cool. And that's with the Z52. Um, Now I think if Paul's with us I can't see who's in the chat. If Paul's with,
He is.
I think Paul got this camera for himself at Christmas time, I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The Z52. And this is with the same Tamron 18-300 lens.
Yeah.
Then let's see here, find my mouse, my little.
The interesting thing is, of course, is the relative motion, correct? The other people coming up
Yeah.
are all blur, where the person that is in front, which is motioning with him, is relatively static. And then, of course, they both are moving with respect to the background. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now this one is I like the colors and the patterns. I mean, colors and patterns are make a great photo. He says this is an example of the walls on one of the metro stations. He says there's also one in green, in yellow, and red, but other stations look totally different. He says he should have gone lower with the exposure, but even with ISO 16,000 and Photoshop denoise, the result looks fine to him. Like you said, this is at ISO 16,000 at 30 millimeters with the 18-300 Tamron zoom with the Z52. So that camera, Bob recently, not too long ago, my friend Bob bought the Z52 and he likes it a lot. He likes it a lot. He has the Z8 that he uses when we go out, but then when we go to some place like a train station or something like that, where we're not shooting birds, he brings the Z52, and I usually bring my ZF with me when I'm doing those types of pictures. So then the next image, this was he says besides metro and buses, you can find many trams in the center of Prague. He says this one's an old model that's still operational. They also have modern ones, but he says I like the old ones. They're very photogenic, and this specific tram is for mainly used by tourists. And this was with the Z52 as well, with the same Tamron zoom at 170 millimeters. Those are just neat to see those still. To see those still in operation alone is, there's a tram museum, a small tram museum actually near where Bob Rosato and I worked. There's a tram museum that I think had a very, very small running track that people could go on. I think I went there maybe twice in my life while I was in Connecticut. And I know Bob told me that I think they have working ones in parts of Pennsylvania as well. So then he got another shot of the tram here in this next image where he tried to do a pan with the tram. He says, as you can see, the front of it is sharp and the rest is blurry. He says this was good luck as the tram was moving towards him. Even the driver is sharp. He says he did have to close the aperture as much as possible because he says he didn't have a matching filter with him. This is a Z52 as well. This is with the 18-300 zoom, Tamron zoom at 28 millimeters, at f/25, 1/6 of a second, f/25.
The colors are also fantastic.
Yeah. So then Paul's last image, he took this one to make everybody smile. So everybody smile ahead of time. I want to see the whites of your teeth. Everybody smile. There you go. Says he was walking along the river, and on the other side, the cars were in traffic. And he says, with this car, we did overtake each other all the time. And there was this charismatic dog looking at him all the time. He says, I think he was as fascinated by me as I was by him. I think he had a great time looking out the window and watching everything around him. And he loves the red-brown eyes. They pop a lot. They definitely do. You're drawn immediately to the eyes. And I'm sure, any dog that can have the window down and stick their head out of a car is a very happy dog.
Yeah.
And that's also with the Z52 with the same zoom at 132 millimeters. So those are all the images that I got from Paul, aka Scubarazzi. So we thank him for his contribution, and always an interesting set of images with always a different twist on some of them. And we appreciate the creativity and your willingness to try out different things. So now I'm going to jump ahead here and
It's a lovely dog.
go out of order a little bit. So I got some images from Michael Dries. I'm happy he sent these in. When I, just the last day, really. But anyway, he's in Florida having a blast with wildlife photography, and so he got a picture. First picture is of a river otter.
Ah, beautiful.
And this is at a place, I guess, called 6 Mile Cypress Slough, Fort Myers.
He's not as big as you
Mhm.
In Florida. So this is with the Nikon Z8, with his new Nikkor 400 millimeter f2.8 TC lens at 560 millimeters, f4 at 1/640th of a second, ISO 4000. So that fella looks rather happy. Rather happy. So
He's got the 400 TC.
Yeah, the 400 TC. So I think all the images he sent in, if I remember right, let me check. I think, well, all except for the last one. So the next few are going to be with the same 400 TC lens. So this is obviously a bandit. So he managed to get this juvenile raccoon at the Circle B Bar Preserve in Lakeland, Florida, using the Z8 with the aforementioned 400 TC at f4, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 2000. So that's a very cute shot with its head in between the branches.
Yeah.
So then the next image was of something that everybody freaks out down here. I mean, we do get them in Myrtle Beach, and a little bit further. They're outside of Myrtle Beach area now. I mean, their range is starting to apparently increase, and we've had them actually in Myrtle Beach. A couple of them will be. Sometimes we end up with a couple of them in the end of December that haven't been smart enough to get the heck back to Florida. Is the Rosetta spoonbill.
I love the background.
And this is in the Orlando wetlands in Florida, and this is with the Z8 with the same lens at 560 millimeters, f4 at 1/1000th of a second. Beautiful, beautiful colored background.
Yes, definitely.
And this is where, I mean, I don't know if he did this intentionally or if he did any adjustments in post, but this is where, I typically like to have, don't mind having the subject a little bit darker to make the color really show up more on the bird. Sometimes you tend to get in the habit of wanting to lighten up the bird too much, and then you lose that deep pink color that you want to have. And this is an old spoonbill, because the old ones are like me, they're bald at the top of their head. So that's how you know it's an old one that's been around for a while. Then his next image This next image is of a great egret at the Circle B Bar Preserve in Lakeland, Florida, as well, with the same camera and lens that we've been talking about all along here, at wide open at f2.8 at 1/1250th of a second, ISO 90.
That image looks almost like a painting, correct? It's so well composed, Michael, and the framing with the Spanish moss, fantastic, and the fact that it's a little bit, the colors are all kind of very well balanced, very good, Michael.
Yeah, I think what helps this image too is that he's got a little bit of moss on the left-hand side too, and it kind of frames everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Very. You definitely thought out your composition on this one and did a very nice job.
He does very well on that.
Yeah. So he has one more that he sent in, and this is where he did change lenses, and this is with using the, let's see. This next one is he called it the bonus infrared image shot with an IR converted Nikon Z6. This is using a Nikkor 17 to 28 millimeter lens at 17 millimeters.
Oh.
And this is f13 at 1/125th of a second, ISO 800.
Wow.
Did he say which color filter he used?
He has a note here, 780 nanometers.
Okay.
Look fantastic.
Yeah, the ferns are kind of freaky looking, aren't they?
Yes.
It looks like something. You sure maybe he ended up in Pandora in James Cameron's world. This is from Pandora.
Yeah, I find when I'm shooting infrared, all the leaves become white, and then it almost looks like snow.
Yeah, it definitely throws you when you're not used to seeing an image like this, because it's not something that I see a lot of. Definitely unique. I mean, you've shared quite a few of them, David. They're always really interesting.
Yeah, it's amazing what you can come up with, and they look so much better in black and white than they do in color. Because when you're shooting infrared, you're actually only using your red sensor on your camera, because there's very little goes on your green and blue. So
now the next images we got, Bob was nice enough to. I know he's been recovering from a multitude of things, and appreciate him taking the time to send us anything. And he said he didn't have much time to share this month. He hasn't had much time to go out and play with the cameras, but he did get some like 3 weeks ago after Connecticut had a bit of snow, which that's not uncommon in Connecticut. And so he figured he'd continue with the snow theme from last month's pictures and send in a couple images. So this is the first image that he sent in, and he says they were coming home and noticed that all the trees were covered like they had been sprinkled with confectionery sugar. So he decided to capture some of it. And this was with a group of trees in the Granby, Connecticut town green. This was with the Z9, excuse me, with the 24 to 72.8 at 25 millimeters at a 6-second exposure at f8 ISO 400. So that's kind of neat. Some of the lights Well, you see a light, then the well, two lights at least. You could see one in each corner, one on each side, and then you can see the street signs with all the arrows. His second shot he sent in was the following morning, a shot from the following morning, and there was a group of birch trees, and I used to have a birch tree on my property in my first house in Connecticut. I love birch trees. About 5 miles away from him that he always liked, so he went out and got a photo of them. Z9 with the 24-70 at 24 millimeters, 1/80th of a second f8 ISO 64. Birch trees always look so nice with snow on them. And then they look really nice in the fall when the leaves are, changing, and you have the if you have a forest full of birch trees, that's really cool. I mean, it just the they make a great black and white image when you have a forest full of birch trees. Really nice. So, Bob, thanks for taking the time, making the time to send in a couple images. It's always appreciated. We thank you very much. And then the last group of images are mine. And then when we're done with what I put in the hopper here, we will do our normal, go back to the beginning, flip through them, 3 or 4 seconds apart from each other as just a reminder of what everybody did. This is always, I think, one of everybody's favorite things that we do on the channel here. So I just have, and I can't help it. You're going to say, Jeff just sent us a million of these pictures, but I just love these birds, so I can't help myself. Plus, I got to shoot what's available, right? So we got an eastern bluebird.
Ooh, right.
And I just love bluebirds. I just do. And if you can get them in a branch with some lichen, and maybe you fool around and post a little bit, and you make the green a little bit greener. Because sometimes it depends, on the weather. Sometimes it's all dried up and it doesn't really have a lot of color to it. So sometimes you take a little editorial you fool around a little bit. Let's put it that way, to try to make it a little better. But I don't think I really did too much with this image, to be honest with you. I think this particular one was pretty much right out of camera.
Yeah.
But I just love those birds. Love those birds. This was then all these pictures are going to be with the Z9 with the 800 PF at various settings. I mean, this was at 1/1250th of a second. All of them are shot wide open at f6.3. So this was ISO 1000 at 1/1250th of a second. Then the next victim with my camera was this cardinal, male cardinal. This was at ISO 500 wide open at 1/1250th of a second. And, obviously I could have gotten the ISO down by lowering the shutter speed, and sometimes I'll do that. And sometimes I like to leave it at 12/50th so that if it decides to hop or move a little bit, it's not blurry, because you can't, just because that half a second when you first see it, it's not moving, doesn't mean that by the time you pick up the lens to your eye and take the picture that it's not going to be moving. So I usually tend to keep the shutter speed, not shooting it like at a 30th of a second or something like that. Try to have it where I have a chance of getting a sharp photo if it moves a little bit. Then this next shot this is a snowy egret, and it's kind of on the run, and the tide is coming in, and this is on the marsh side. The tide is coming in. So you got small fish that are being pulled back into the marsh. So the snowy egret sees some small fish, and the yellow legs are in front of them, or to the side of them and in front. And then in the immediate foreground, you have some mergansers that are underwater. And mergansers will eat fish, very small fish. So, I mean, everybody, the only ones that I don't know if I've ever seen a yellow leg eat a fish. I mean, usually they're eating bugs and insects and stuff, but so I'm not quite sure why they're so excited. But everybody was on the run in this shot, and I kind of liked it because it was different types of birds with a common interest here. You know, chasing the fish. Then this next image was a successful grab by an osprey with a buffle head in the background, in the left-hand side behind the osprey. And this is just after he hit the water and got the fish and was coming up. And that was at 1/1600th of a second. F6.3 with the 800 PF and the Z9. And some people moan when they see a picture like you're going to see next, and I'll explain to you why I don't moan when I take this type of picture. Many people hate, obviously, a bald eagle. Many people hate shots of birds in flight with a blue sky in the background. But here's how I look at it, is that with an image like this, your whole focus is the bird and the detail in the bird. No other distractions, nothing else to draw your eye away from it. The bird is all you care about. And I've got plenty of pictures with eagles flying with trees in the background. And sometimes, you know, if you got a pretty dense forest area with a lot of bare trees, you know, for a good part of the way up, there's nothing on them, and you get an eagle flying by. That kind of background, even though it's going to be out of focus and soft, can still be distracting sometimes to the photo, and doesn't always add something to the photo. If you get the eagle low where you got the water in the picture, and you're lucky enough where he's actually going after prey, here he's kind of looking for something to go after. You get them low to the water, and so you have the water and you have trees in the background, and you got a nice shot of the eagle. Obviously, that's the best scenario that you're striving for. But I personally don't have a problem taking a picture of a bird with a blue sky. And I mean, down here in Myrtle Beach, to be honest with you, you either get blue skies, gray skies, and you jump up and down when you get a blue sky with white fluffy clouds, because then you think you won the lottery. But you take what is given to you. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. And I wouldn't like say, oh, I'm not going to take the shot because the sky's blue. No, I like eagles, and so I go for it. You know, what can I say? But,
So is this with the 800 or with the?
This is with the 800.
Okay.
Now the next shot is a straight-on shot of a great blue heron with a fish in his mouth.
Oh.
And I like this because the bulbous eyes coming out on each side of its head are nice and sharp. The head is nice and sharp, right down to the beak, right down to the fish, and really everything in the front, you know, is sharp. And this is wide open at f6.3. And I'm kind of surprised that the level of sharpness is as good as it is, being wide open, because I mean, obviously telephoto lenses and zoom lenses don't necessarily have you know, fantastic depth of field. And then I have my version of the Eastern towhee that that Bob had taken a picture of earlier. This was my shot that I was able to get.
Yes. I like it.
And this was wide open once again at once now, and then here again I'm at 1/1600th of a second, and primarily because these birds don't stay still. They don't stay still for, you can't like count to 5 and usually it's still there. I mean, they're just always going, and these kind of shots too is where, lots of times, you get the stick shooting up in its belly or going in front of the eye because they're always hopping around, and you're trying to frame it and get a shot where you minimize something chopping it off, because it is such a pain in the neck, because nature does not typically pose for you when you can't say, can you turn your head a little to the right, can you turn your head a little to the left? It just doesn't work that way. But anyway, the next shot is another one of a great blue heron on the marsh side flying low over the reeds.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And once again, here's one. It's early in the morning, and yeah, sometimes maybe you get carried away and you try to bring up the shadows too much, or you fool around with your brightness, and you make things too light, and you lose color, you lose detail in the wings of the bird, you lose some of that distinguishing changes of the color of the bird's feather when you try to lighten it up too much. So if anything, I'm probably like a guy that likes to have shots a half a stop underexposed, typically. I mean, that's just my personal way I tend to do things most of the time. And then I got 2 more here. I got a very, very tired red-bellied woodpecker with a look of exhaustion on its face, and it's like hugging the branch saying, this has been a long day, and I'm very tired of eating bugs, and I just want to take a nap. And for the last one, I didn't realize that wildlife had, well, we know wildlife has a sense of humor, but I didn't realize that wildlife that's in the water actually have traffic cops. And so here is a picture of a northern shoveler pointing and saying, you got to go the other way. Don't go any closer to me. Turn around, go the other way.
Oh my God.
And that's it. That's what we got for images. And what I will do here quickly is,
thank you, Jeff.
yeah, I hope you had a little bit of fun with a few of those anyway.
Definitely.
And so we will now go back to the beginning, and we will. If I'm going too fast, guys, you got to let me know, because I know there's sometimes a delay that I don't see that you guys have. So, these are the shots from Rakesh. Excuse me. First 3 shots. And then we go to images from Bob Rapper. Kingfisher, northern shoveler, a couple versions of some herons. Great egrets, black and white version, color version.
Yeah, Jeff, right now YouTube is about 5 images behind.
5 images behind.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you guys tell me when you want me to jump to the next one?
For me, it's okay, David.
Okay. Yeah, just that when I'm looking at it, because I can see both.
Okay, you got a YouTube screen up too, huh?
Yep. You're good now.
Good. Okay, so let me know when I could jump to after I go to the next shot. Tell me when it makes sense to move ahead, because I don't want to make it so people can't see them that came in late in the show. So this is the yellow rumped warbler.
Yes. But they're coming. They are not coming blurry. They're coming fine. Jeff, you can
Yeah,
go.
the quality is good, and
Okay.
now it just the last one just came.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's matching your narration.
All right. And this was Bob's shot of the towhee. I gotta get my. And then we move on to Louise's shots. Excuse me. I gotta get something to drink. My mouth's getting dry. So this was a pair of zebra long wings that he got in Costa Rica in 2022. And then for me, out of the shots that he sent in, the next one's my personal favorite, where he got the glass frog with the eggs. I really like that one a lot. Then he decided to go to the dark side of nature and is more daring than I, and decided to get some poisonous snakes, starting with the red adder in South Africa in 2016. That'll come up in a second or two here. And then because, one dangerous snake is not good enough for Luis, he has to top it off and jump and get a picture of a puff adder from South Africa that was, trying to get out of everybody's way, thankfully, and go into some brush.
Well, at least this time he's using a longer lens so he can stand back further.
Yeah. So then we migrate into a series of panoramic shots from Mr. Pano, aka Terry Contopoulos, and so we will show his images here. And the first one here was a 7-frame Pano, as well as the one you're going to see next, which is also a 7-frame Pano. Very angry sky. Then after this, you're going to see one that's 3 frames.
Looks like a bird. Got wings. There's the
So this is a 3-frame Pano. And then he has a 2-frame Pano with the one that looks like a horse. Well, it's called Horsehead Beach because the rock formation on the far right looks like a horse's head.
Yeah, Jeff, I feel like I'm shortchanged here because we got 2 7s and now we're down to only 2 frames from this panel.
Yeah.
So,
Well, he jumps back. He jumps back up to 3 on the next one. So right, looks like a horse's head.
I'm going to have to talk to him on Wednesday and
So this one's a 3-framer, and then the last one's a 2-framer. And he has to top it off with the lightning strike in the left-hand corner as well. And this was the 2-frame one. And then from here we move on to images from Martin, our friend Martin Hild in Germany, where he got some snow falling on the on the owl, tawny owl. He said it was. He said didn't appear to be overly happy with the snow, but I'm sure they're used to it. And then he managed to get a few aurora shots, which he said he was late getting there, but I don't think too many people would complain about either of the whether the shot or the next one that would be complaining about it too much at all. I know I wouldn't be complaining about it. And then he topped it all off with a surprising image of a red fox going across the pond. So then we had a few shots that Bob sent in, a few extra shots of a yellow-bellied sapsucker. So we got a couple different poses of this bird. Bob's like, turn your head to the left. No, look the other way. Turn your head that way. Okay, we're good. And then threw some food at him. And then we got shots that Randall tried. He took a shot and he enlarged the shot and took a screenshot of it. And then, so what you're seeing is a screenshots of enlarged images from his computer coming up with his dog named Lucky. And we'll see how long Randall continues to call the dog Lucky. Lucky to be alive. Lucky to be alive, I would say, after chewing up your fiber optic cable. And now
so his middle name is Trouble.
Yeah. And now he's chewing on the outside of your house. Lucky might be you getting a tombstone ready for Lucky. And then you got a series of mockingbird shots, a couple mockingbird shots, and as well as
Mr. Picky.
And then a couple squirrel shots of your friend, your friendly neighborhood squirrel.
So, Randall, where was Lucky when you were taking these shots of the squirrel?
Okay. So basically, he was on the picnic table outside barking. And I took care of that because I put the chairs up. So now he can't get on the picnic table anymore. So he gets frustrated. So he's either digging holes or he's eating part of the house on the outside.
So he doesn't sit in the chair smoking a cigarette watching.
No.
Oh, okay, just checking.
That would probably be safer and less expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give the dog a bad habit to have.
Offset the doing on the house,
Yeah. Yeah. Then we got a series of the first group of images here David took, and then followed by the ones Anita took. And why did my there we go. There's the next one. And then this young lady is pulling this guy so he can go up in the air and do some paid advertising. I'm assuming maybe they bought his skis for him.
Well, what he's doing is not cheap.
Yeah.
And the beer tastes not too bad also. So.
And then you got this fella.
when Anita and I were shooting sunrises, and we're like, I had her cameras programmed using the intervalometer, and I was looking out the side of the truck, and here he comes trumping up the road, and then he went behind the truck into the hot spring, and proceeded to have breakfast.
And then you got your 3 flag salute to Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, with snow in the back in there, and 2 buses, and in downtown Banff.
And then you got a very scary looking guy.
Don't get him perturbed.
Yeah, don't argue with anybody with a chainsaw ever.
You know, your only saving grace is that's electric, and so just get out past the end of his extension cord.
Yeah, make him chase you, and then all of a sudden it stops, and you go, "Ha!"
Yeah, but that blade is still sharp.
You gotta do the Bart Simpson laugh at him.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah, and I shot this one. I shot that
Okay.
well. This one and the next one are both shot wide open. Yeah, it's with my nifty 50 on my Z9.
Nifty 50.
Yeah.
Now
You,
is that
you never had a problem with that Z9, right, David? Never
Uh,
freezing?
No, I've got no problems with my Z9 at all. It doesn't get cold enough in Canada anymore to cause a problem.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It still affects the batteries, though, but yeah.
Well, I don't have a problem with batteries.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
and what I do is I turn off my display, so I only use the EVF. And with my Z9, I keep it off most of the time, because from the time that I grab onto it, which is beside me, and turn it on and put it up to my eye, it's all ready to go.
Yeah.
My Z8, it's a totally different story, because if I tried that, it would take 2 minutes for snap bridge to kick in. And even then, the coordinates are probably wrong.
Oh, wow.
we're skipping through here into Anita's territory with these nice shots, and
Oh, you squished that one.
well, I didn't. The computer's probably processing is slow in processing it.
Yeah.
Why, I don't know. I give up. I don't fight with this stuff.
It probably only does so many panoramas a day.
Yeah, it's I haven't tipped it lately.
Yeah, it's Terry probably buggered it up, you know.
Yeah, Terry confused it.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than a computer with an attitude.
But that open water is because of the hot springs that are there. Yep.
And there's some flowing water, a little bit anyway. And there you have people that are willing to drown for doing a little ice skating.
And that's on the same lake as the open water.
Oh, wow.
And my otter shot, and my first shot with all the weeds.
Yep.
It's all the same body of water.
Uh-oh. And David, you should have, you missed your opportunity here to have a beer bottle in your hand or something. Maybe they would have used it on advertising for a beer commercial or something. Or scotch. You should have had, there you go. You should have had a a glass of scotch in your hand with the bottle sticking in the snow or something.
Well, Anita can always take my camera out and exchange it for a glass of whiskey. Yeah. That's what Photoshop is for, you know.
Yeah, Photoshop, yeah.
I mean, they're great for postcards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that one. Oh man, gorgeous.
And then we got the ones that that Jim was nice enough to send in, all the way from sunny California. And these were all with the 800 PF with the 2x teleconverter.
I put the 2x on my 800 a lot. I very rarely put the 1.4 on it.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't own a 2x. I just have the 1.4. This is the one I think I like the best. This one here. Detail is incredible. And then this was a long ago shot he sent in of a panorama from a cruise ship, a Grand Turk.
You know, who says you need a tripod on a steady surface? Because the cruise ship, it rolls, you know.
Yep. And then we got now Gustavo is now going to be starting a cat portraiture studio. He just doesn't want to admit it, but you know, once he does a few more like this, he'll have people knocking on the door, no doubt. All the cats will be knocking on the door.
Exactly.
He'll be awakened at night by the sound of 100 meowing cats.
Yeah, get your cat worked up first, and Gustavo will take a picture of it.
Yeah.
You know, like I said.
You see, Mr. Nicky here can compete with you with the whiskers.
Yeah, they got a little bit of grown to do, Gustavo.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you gotta make it so they all curl up.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, but your cats look like they're not happy, Gustavo.
Hey,
Yeah, but at least you got the shot.
see your family here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna feed me?
Exactly.
Yeah. They either want to warm up or eat.
Yeah, if you want us to
Time
pose
want
for
to be left
you,
alone.
you want us to pose for you, it's going to cost you. That's what they're thinking. I look at this picture and I picture myself going to somewhere like that, and I go, I know damn well I'd be at the bottom of that bowl. I just know it. I wouldn't be free falling like that girl in this picture.
Exactly.
I mean, doing the jig, doing a dance, going towards it. Like, I don't think so.
She's got her arms out to keep her balance.
Yeah, maybe with her doing that is what got this bird's attention. And then you got to get a picture of a person that has a death wish trying to take a picture of the bird. One more. You should have said, you're a little too close. Back up one step. That would have been it. That would have been it.
Yeah, you don't have my good side. Just move back a little bit.
Yeah, one more step back. One more. You'll be good. One more. Oh, sorry about that. It almost looks like steps, doesn't it, with the erosion?
Yeah.
Looks like a series of steps.
Yes, exactly.
And then I think these were some pictures from Jeff Sluter, if I remember right. I know I don't have my cheat sheet,
Yes,
the date here. I think these were from Jeff.
that's right.
So you got the owl, and you got the muskrat that David's wearing on his hat. But yeah, check out his video on his channel to hear the munching of the tree branches here from these beavers. It's pretty interesting. And then and a reminder, as I mentioned earlier, check out Scuba Rozzy's channel as well to get some of these time lapse clips that he did are really something else, really, really cool, as well as his kestrel shots. And these speaking of Paul, these are Scuba Rozzy's images here.
They're well read.
The carrot feeding ceremony. And then the won't you play with me? Won't you play? Give me a hug. Give me a hug.
Give me something to eat.
Yeah.
I'm hungry, can't you tell?
And then we got the Cassels. Cassel.
And that's a big one. Look at the walls. So
Yeah.
it's huge.
And then his experiment with the zoom. And then his creativity. You get in the top of the, I believe this was a museum, I think. I think.
Is this a multiple exposure?
No, one shot. National Theater. That's what this is. The top of the National Theater.
Yeah, I
And
got
that
just
was-
look at the birds on the top right, and it
Yeah.
looks like maybe a multiple exposure.
He used the Z52 on that, right? The 18 to 300.
Yeah, Z52 with the 18 and 300. Yeah.
Yep.
And then he got creative.
Yeah,
This shot's cool. Well, they're all cool.
That
Yeah.
last one could be because of the rolling shutter.
And then, colors and patterns are cool. I'm drawing a blank here, Gustavo. Who's one of the photographers I mention all the time? Professional photographers that we both like, that travels all over the world and does wildlife, does cultures. And,
yeah, he's in Colorado, right?
no, he's in
He has a mustache.
California.
Yeah, he's
California.
actually in
Art Wolf.
Art Wolf.
Yeah.
Art Wolf does classes specifically to take images that are patterns. He'll have like 2-day classes, like on the on beaches and stuff like that, trying to train people's eyes to look for patterns and unique shapes and changes in color and things like that. So he would like Paul's image here a lot. And then he gets a few of the old style transportation.
Yeah, trolley cars.
Trolley cars, yeah. Trams or whatever, yeah. And then he topped it off with an image of the devil dog with the red eyes. And then we got a handful of images from Michael Drees. I don't know if he sent me these and he was in Florida when he sent them. I got the impression that maybe he was in Florida when he sent these images. And he just wanted to get a few in for the show.
Yeah. He spent some time during the winter in Florida.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. Is his home base Massachusetts or Pennsylvania?
I think Pennsylvania.
Okay.
But he has a place in Florida too.
Yeah. Spoonbill. The old spoonbill. The wise spoonbill.
Ah, beautiful.
And then this was his IR shot. And then we got a couple winter shots from Bob Rosato in Connecticut, where yes, there is snow in Connecticut. Not like Canada, most of the time anyway. Although Connecticut, I don't know what the average now is. I know when I was, living there and a little bit younger and living there, I mean, I think our average snowfall was somewhere around 70 inches a year, something like that. I don't know if that's changed or not.
With the current climate pattern, is the left side of the country is all nice and warm, and the right side is cold. I just wonder if you guys are doing something wrong or what.
I don't know. Well, I used to joke that I thought Connecticut was getting warmer, and I says, "Yeah, before you know it, Florida, it'll have the snow in Florida, and they'll have to move Disney to Connecticut because Connecticut will be hot."
Yeah, there's Robert is saying after this storm, we got another 2 feet of snow.
Trying to go through mine a little quick here, so we can move on because we have a lot more to do, and it's almost midnight now, but that's okay. I don't have a hot date tonight. Wife's already asleep, I'm sure. She just said to me, I said, "It's going to be a long show." She says, "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning."
You for breakfast.
Yeah.
Well, in another 5 minutes, it'll be tomorrow morning anyway for you, Jeff.
Yeah. I just laughed at this last shot, and when I pulled it up on my computer, like I said, the first thing I thought of was traffic cop.
No, that's an ICE agent.
Yeah.
Wonderful images, people.
Yeah, excellent, folks. Very, very, very good. I think I minimized the wrong screen here. Oop, here we go. Now I can see everybody. As Gustavo just said, we appreciate everybody taking the time to send in their images, and 92, we, towards the high end of what we normally get. And of course, part of that is, like I said, we're a little freer. We're letting people send in as many as 10 pictures, which I have no problem with, because we're here to learn from each other and see, for whether it be where each of us lives and what we take where we live and whatnot, and whether it be the city we live in or the country we live in or what have you. And I think everybody gets a lot of enjoyment out of it. And when people are, go on their little travel excursions, whether it be, people going to Switzerland or Prague or Costa Rica or wherever they may be going, it's always great to see these locations. And then and it was nice to see your images, Gustavo, of place that's very popular with photographers in the States.
Exactly.
There's a lot of photo opportunities in the States, and many of us, instead of looking for faraway destinations, at one time my wife and I were talking about getting an RV and just going around the country and capturing the United States. But we had one for a little while, and then decided to move somewhere else down here. And I says, well, I'm not paying a mortgage and paying for a 72-foot RV at the same time, so something had to go. So the RV went. Yeah, we all tell a story with our pictures, and that's what it's all about.
Excellent.
So thank you to everybody. And as we move on here to other topics of discussion, we have a lot of or a fair amount of rumors from different sources, whether it be Nikon rumors, Sony rumors, Canon rumors, et cetera. So let's get started on Nikon rumors here and try to go through all this. And once we do the rumors, then we'll have Gustavo share what's to come. And a reminder that Gustavo, take good care of him. He's going to be on his own next show, and don't pick on him too bad. He'll do an excellent job as always. With Nikon rumors, the rumor on regarding the Z9 II is presumably, everything I'm going to just say at once, presumably a 46 megapixel stacked CMOS sensor. And instead of having global shutter, it'll have a new stacked sensor that's 3.5 times faster than what's in the Z9, with an X-sync speed up to 1/720th of a second, bringing it close to a global shutter camera. That's not really, I think that's a little exaggeration saying that sync speed is close to a global shutter camera, because a global shutter camera is much faster than that. But anyway, new speed processor, a low native ISO of 32 that can deliver medium format like image quality. Obviously, your dynamic range is better when you're at lower ISOs than when you're at higher ISOs. New autofocus system with significantly improved tracking performance and focusing accuracy, raw continuous shooting up to 60 frames per second at full resolution, and 120 frames per second, which we already have in DX mode anyway, so that's not anything different. But the 60 frames per second, if that were to happen, although they don't mention it in the rumors, that would definitely support pre-capture raw images, which they did not put into the formula here. Support for 12-bit R3 DNE raw video up to 8.3K. 3:2 open gate 60p. Nikon's also supposedly going to introduce multiple new film simulation LUTs for the Z9 II, and legacy cameras with more natural and appealing visuals for both photos and videos. I'm sure they'll have Those will be some of those LUTs will be red LUTs. I have no doubt, and it will have many new red video features that were reported previously on Nikon Rumors, and a 5660K dot EVF from the Nikon Z6 III, which is an old rumor from a while back. And now they're saying that expected in 2026 or 2027, but then again, they have other things where they note and they say, well, depending on which YouTube show you watch or whatever, you got different dates thrown out there. And I think for the most part, most people are feeling that the camera won't come out until the first quarter of 2027. Maybe we get an official announcement in the fall of this year, but we'll have to wait and see. I myself find that being a little disappointing, but then again, you know, Nikon Rumors is saying that there's they say that there's a delay, in their opinion, due to major red integration and the need for special electronic components that are either too scarce or too expensive. And there is some situations where, whether it be Canon or other manufacturers, are having some problems once again in getting component parts, certain component parts for the cameras. He says everything points to the Z9 II offering features not available from the competition once released. Well, that isn't any surprise, because typically every flagship camera that comes out from any manufacturer usually leapfrogs the competition in some ways, a little bit anyway. And he said that his interpretation is that Nikon initially planned a simple Z9 upgrade for 2025, which they reported on previously, and then they changed their plans to do deeper red integration in the Z9 II, which required more time to complete. And the way he looks at it, the longer we have to wait, the more features will get put in the camera, and the better it'll be. So the old saying, patience is a virtue. But, you know, then he kind of contradicted. I think he had a typo. He says the only high-end Nikon camera released for 2026 is the Z9 II, expected after March of 2026. I think he meant 2027. But the Z32 Mark II or similar expected in spring, summer of this year. The Z30 camera is up for replacement. It was announced in June of 2022. Unconfirmed reports this could be a mini Nikon ZR model, but at that point you can't confirm that. Most likely scenario is the Nikon will add some red functionality, but still call the model a Z32. The new Nikkor Z70-200 f2.8 version 2 is rumored to be announced in the next 2 to 3 months, similar to the 24-70-2.8 version 2, the S lens, f2.8 S lens version 2 that came out. New, cheaper 14 to 24 or 14 millimeter or similar wide angle lenses as a companion to the new 24 to 105 to be paired with the Z5 II, not a replacement for the Z14 to 24 f2.8 S lens. Well, I wouldn't expect them to have a replacement for that. Now, what is interesting is depending on where you go, there's a rumor of a Z100 to 300 or a 120 to 300 f2.8 lens. So Canon has a 100 to 300 f2.8 lens that costs $10,500 and something dollars. There's also rumors that the 120 to 300 f2.8 is going to have a built-in TC. And there is a YouTube video on Sony Alpha Rumors, of all places, where a person is showing and it is someone that I have seen on different videos. I'm not sure if it's the person who runs Sony Alpha Rumors or not. It might be, but I'm not 100% sure. But usually his reporting has been accurate in the past, and he's showing images of, it has a nameplate right on the lens that says 120, 120 to 300 TCVRS lens. Shows it on the foot of the lens, has the same information. So we'll have to see if that's true or not. I mean, they did have a lens similar to that in the F mount days, so it's not something that would surprise me. But if you figure
without the TC.
without the TC, correct. Now he's saying with the even if it's the one with the TC, which is what he's showing in the video, he's saying, "Oh, I think it'll be $7,000 to $9,000." Well, I don't know that it could be $7,000 to $9,000 if the Canon's selling for $10,500 and it doesn't have a TC in it. But I would think it would be higher than that. But we shall see what happens. And in any case, for me anyway, for what I shoot, to me a 120 to 300 with a TC is a great lens for, baseball games, soccer games, high school soccer, or pro soccer, that type of stuff. But if for me, using it for birding, I would always have to have the TC on, 75% of the time for what I shoot. It would be a little too short. I'm sure, I don't want to speak for Gustavo. He may or may not feel the same way, but for me, it's a little bit on the short side.
For birds, but
For
big
birds.
wildlife is a great lens, and the F mount version with minus the TC was very popular, correct? So it's potentially a good lens, but I suspect, like you, that it's going to be extremely expensive, right? So
Yeah, and if you're doing larger animals, like if you're going to Yellowstone and you're doing bison and bighorn sheep or things that are bigger or whatever, then it may be a great lens for that. But when you're talking birds, it's a little bit different story.
I agree that this is a high quality lens, f2.8. Guarantee you is going to be one that is going to be on the heavy side, so like a nimble lens. It would require so probably.
I see a QQQ in here about availability or update on the Monster adapter, F to Z adapter. And in my notes, there was that adapter supposedly has a new firmware version 1.2 that supposedly fixed an issue where the aperture motor would continuously produce noise or flickering. Roy showed us the flickering effect when fully open in some cases, and then supposedly also fixed an issue where the AF zoom on the Nikkor 28 to 105 couldn't focus properly. So they're saying that version 1.2 has been released. I asked Roy if he had put it in his adapter yet, and I don't believe he had at the time. So
I got the adapter, and I haven't done it yet either.
Yeah, if anybody has that adapter and they updated the firmware and it really took care of the problems they say it took care of, make a comment in the chat so we know that what they're saying is real and that it did happen. Matt Irwin had a video recently on more Nikon cinema lenses. He did an excellent video sharing his point of view on what's new for Nikon in 2026. Check it out. We consider him a friend of the channel. Many more Nikon ZR firmware updates to come. There's some interesting batteries and battery chargers that came out from Small Rig for the Nikon cameras. I talked to Gustavo about this earlier. The batteries themselves have power level indicators on them, so if it's 50, just by looking at it, if it's 50% charge, 75% charge, whatever. And while that may seem appealing, personally, I put in a non-Nikon battery in my Z9, and I thought my Z9 was totally destroyed. I mean, it was just acting crazy. Screen flickering, LCD screen problem, just everything. Nothing worked right with this off-brand battery, and I'm not going to name which kind it was, but it just was horrible. and I sent it back to where I bought it, and I bought a Nikon battery. So, and the other thing is too, is if you buy a brand new camera and you don't put the original manufacturer's batteries in, not that I would know that there'd be any way that the manufacturer would know, but if the battery did cause a problem with your camera and Nikon could somehow say this happened due to a battery and it wasn't ours, then your warranty is shot. You're going to be paying for it. So that's another reason why I personally tend to go with the battery that's made for the camera brand that you own. But everybody has, obviously the batteries are usually half the price or maybe 60% of the price of what you'd pay for a Nikon battery. But everything's a risk when you go with that. And when you're paying thousands of dollars for a camera, are you really gonna, is that when you want to scrimp on a battery to save $30? To me, it isn't worth the savings. You have a multi-$1,000 investment, in some cases a $5,000 or $5,500 investment, and why risk damaging it with something just to save $30? To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
On the other hand, the fact that Small Rig incorporate those kind of metering on the batteries would be a good develop for future batteries from Nikon, right? It would be good to have an indication how much charge you still remain in the batteries, correct?
Yeah.
Because many of us, as you know, you have multiple batteries of the C8 or the C9. You have to have a system to know which ones are charged and which ones are not charged, correct? Either you put them upside down in your bag, or so having an indication of how much level of energy they still remain, it would be a good addition. So good for a Small Rig doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, when a manufacturer comes out with something that you think is kind of a cool feature to have in a battery, then you hope that it finds its way into the Nikon battery down the road.
Well, the Nikon batteries are already expensive, so hopefully it doesn't increase the cost of the batteries to that point. So with regard to the 120 and 300 f2.8, which maybe we will see that lens soon, I'm interested to know what kind of motors are they going to use for that lens. I'm almost certain that they're going to use the Silky Swift VCR motors that they have in the 400 and in the 600, right? But also the new 70 to 200 version 2.8.
And say goodnight to Bob Rosado. He's taking off. Have a good one, Bob.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us. And he made a comment in here that he felt that he had heard that the pictures that were shown, and like I said, this was part of a video, so I don't know if it's the same thing that we're talking about, exactly the same thing. But he says there were pictures shown of a 400 2.8 TC with the 120 to 300 photoshopped in the nameplate. So who knows? All I can say is the guy who did the video is someone who he's either the guy that runs Sony Alpha Rumors or someone that's respected by Sony Alpha Rumors, and usually he doesn't put out fake news, but you never know, right? So I can't I don't know the person personally, so I can't like vouch for him, but I'm sorry I interrupted you, Gustavo. You keep going.
You're saying that what Nikon releases on the professional lenses, version 2 lenses, the type of motor they're going to use is going to have it's going to be a forthcoming of the type of autofocus that we're going to see in the C9 II and the C8 II. If they still using these new, faster voice coil motors on the new lenses, that will tell us something about the way this is going. So that's something to keep an eye on.
I think that's the way to go. I think the only reason you've only seen it on a handful of lenses
because it's more expensive
is because they typically have only put it on the lenses that are higher in cost.
Yeah.
You know, it's all what people are. I mean, I don't think they'll ever get away from. Well, I don't want to say the word ever because ever is a long time, but I mean, I think they're going to have a mix of stepper motors
Yeah.
and VCM motors, and a lot of it's going to be dictated by the price point of the lens. But I think what they want to have for the what they want to say is for professional use pro lenses, they're probably going to want to go with the VCM motors.
Probably the one that will take advantage of the new generation autofocus, so we'll be able to focus faster and more precise.
Yeah,
which is what these motors are able to do. So let's keep an eye on that one. So
Yeah.
so the other thing, Jeff, that happened when we had these 3 weeks without joining is the firmwares that came. Correct? There was a firmware of the 1.1 for the CR, which came with a little bug. They corrected, correct?
yeah,
Ensure that Tim and Randall have already updated with that one. Seem to be, and of course for us at the C9, we have that other firmware which was a bug fix. So they keep updating the camera. So I still, if we don't get another another the C9 too soon, I expect that we're going to see some additional firmware for the C9.
Well, I think the scary thing is, and I'm not saying this to get political, because believe you me, I hate politics. I don't sleep with a politician, nor would I. But in any case, you know, I mean, the Nikon financials were, I saw them in the Nikon rumors, and basically combination of due to product mix and obviously a selling a boatload of ZRs is not going to make them excuse my language, shitload of money. Profit margin on a ZR is not the same as a profit margin on a Z8 or a Z9, and so their end results, profit isn't immense. It's like lower than what you'd want, but the problem is part of that is due to, say, higher sales of lower priced cameras, and also that word that starts with a T and ends in an F.
Yeah, and also the exchange rate, the dollar versus the yen. So, I mean, there are multi-factor things impacting the financial, but it's not like a big problem. It's just decreasing revenue and profit. It's not. They're still making money, correct? So,
they're still making money. It's just, I mean, obviously, it's not. It's a negative trend from where they were prior to the T and the F word.
The other topic, Jeff, that we should cover here, since we haven't talked about it, and I know it have been widely discussed, but is the Nikon suing build trucks, correct? Because that was an interesting development that happened over the last couple of weeks. So, what is your take on those things?
Yeah, Matt Irwin talked about that lawsuit, and I don't have. Well, one, I don't have any facts. I have opinion, but I don't have any facts. And you either have a situation where they did violate patents that Nikon had on their lens mount or their autofocus technology. Some say, or it could be it could be a combination of patent infringement. It could be that they should be at a minimum, you know, just like there's an agreement between Tamron and Nikon, and Tamron makes lenses, ranges of lenses and focal lengths of lenses that aren't the same as what Nikon makes. So there's not technically typically a direct competition between Tamron and Nikon. And so I think too that, Nikon, it could be as simple as Nikon says, look, you kind of did this, you kind of did that, you can't do that. You gotta have an agreement with us. You gotta pay us a royalty. You gotta pay us so many dollars per lens that you do if you want to sell that lens for our cameras. It could be something simple like that. It could be that when Viltrox came out with the 135 to compete with the Plena at a much lower price point, or they came out with their 35 1.2, that pushed Nikon's buttons a little bit, because now you're stepping on Nikon's what's in Nikon's offerings, and they may not have liked that too much, and so it's hard to say. There could be a multitude of reasons for it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with Nikon going after them if it truly is a patent violation.
Exactly. Either of the focus system or the lack of coordination with regard to licensing, correct?
Right. I mean, I don't think Nikon is definitely like some people say, well, Sony lets all these third party lens manufacturers make stuff for Sony. Sony had to let third party lens manufacturers into the game, because when Sony first started, they didn't have any lenses.
Exactly.
If they didn't let third party lens manufacturers make stuff for their camera, they would have been up shit's creek, really. So that's their reasoning. But when you look at it, I think people, if they really look at it from a non brand, like support my brand type of thing. I mean, if you really look at it, you got all the F-mount lenses that you could use on the Z system cameras with the adapter. And I don't think there's any other camera brand on there where there are adapters available to use other camera manufacturers' lenses on a Nikon camera.
Yeah.
So you may have more third-party lenses than Nikon on Sony glass, but Nikon has so many adapters where they could use Canon glass, they could use a lot of different brands, they could use Sony's glass on a Nikon camera. So when it comes to lens availability, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a camera manufacturer that can support more brands of lenses and more types of lenses than the Nikon cameras can. Yeah. I don't think anybody else beats that.
So anyway, we probably don't want to find out what is happening out of this lawsuit, but we see what happened with regard into the marketplace, correct? Either suddenly the Viltrox lenses don't function with the camera because Nikon is putting additional pressure, or and I can understand that can be frustrating for people that have a lot of those Viltrox lenses, or we suddenly see there is an agreement and people can function the lenses, but it gets settled with either a payment or a licensing.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go to court, go to trial. I think it'll be ironed out, behind, ahead of time.
But you can imagine, Jeff, if it's indeed, you have Sigma or Tamron having to have agreements with Nikon in order to produce the lenses, correct? If you have another company, let's say here Viltrox, that doesn't go through those agreements, it can piss off not only Nikon but also Tamron and Sigma, correct?
Oh yeah, and you got to admit, you got to realize too, China is infamous for reverse engineering stuff, whether it be military hardware or any type of electronics, anything from the United States. China always tries to reverse engineer it, and they don't care about patent infringement at all. They're kind of like, they'll make it anyway. Exactly. Well, at some point, the thing is that they got to realize is Nikon has the power to make it so you could copy Nikon all you want, but Nikon could always pull the plug and make it so your lenses won't work on their cameras.
Exactly.
So then all of a sudden you invested in all that reverse engineering time. You invested in copying the mount and whatever else you copied. And Nikon can chop you off at the knees, at least in terms of ever selling a lens on that works on their camera again. So it's not the Viltrox's benefit not to come to some agreement with Nikon and pay their fair share or whatever, because otherwise you're really just stealing technology. And hey, China's done that historically, like forever. But then you even have U.S. companies that try to copy each other and steal technology. Honeywell might try to steal technology from United Technologies or Raytheon or whoever else. So it's not that the U.S. doesn't do it to themselves.
No, it's always that part of the business, correct? But
yeah.
not to the. We know that in particular the Chinese have been aggressive with that, but that's why the international laws exist, correct? So that they can be sorted out. So, anyways, thank you, Jeff, for discussing that a particular topic.
We got more lenses, more third-party lenses. Mikey announced the autofocus 85 1.8 SE Mark II for Nikon F and Z mount, full frame, $229. Uses stepping motor and weighs 13.02 ounces. You got a released and available a Viltrox AF 85 millimeter f2 Evo full frame for Z mount. You got two more Z mount lenses announced: the 7 Artisans autofocus 10 millimeter f2.8 APS-C and Astro Hori autofocus 85 millimeter f1.8 Mark II full frame lens for $329. This was thrown in on Nikon rumors too, that I kind of like. New rumors about a third small Nikon full frame mirrorless camera without a viewfinder, designed for photography, expected to be announced in 2026. Details so far: no EVF, full frame, similar to ZR but designed for photography, not video. Small, slim body. My opinion personally is that would be dumb as dirt. You put in an EVF that you can put on the ZR, and you already have the Z6 III capabilities in that ZR camera for photography, and the only thing you don't have on that ZR is an EVF. Exactly. If you make an EVF to put on it, it will be just as good as a photographic tool as a video tool, and you don't have to spend the money on another body. You don't have to, just have a body count, an extra body in the lineup that you really don't need. All you got to do is make one accessory, a high quality EVF that you can put on that high-tech hot shoe, and now you've got a photographic tool that is going to work absolutely fine. I just think if they went that way, it's totally idiotic. My opinion. What about you guys?
No, I agree. I mean, and you can say that camera already exists because that's the C6 III, correct? So I think the CR is a C6 III with some additional video features without the fantastic viewfinder of the C6 III. So
right.
I think this is probably somebody that haven't read the rumor correctly, but we see.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we got a multitude of third-party lenses, correct? That's, now on the other side, Jeff, we have the Canon lenses, which I want to hear from you.
Oh yeah, now that's interesting because because we could play the oh golly gee, Nikon should have this, and they should. They came out with a they came out with a 14 millimeter f1.4 lens, and obviously, and that's at estimated price is $25.99 to be announced. It was supposed to be announced this week. I don't know if it did get announced this week or not, but obviously that's a fast prime that Nikon lovers would love to have, especially astrophotographers, would love to have a 14 millimeter f1.4. We should have a 14 millimeter f1.4. But then we get into that, the whole thing with that is, and I don't consider that a specialty lens. Okay. I could see where Canon also came out with an RF 7 to 14 millimeter 2.8 to 3.5 fisheye zoom, and that's a specialty lens. And when you get into specialty lenses like fisheyes and tilt shift lenses and stuff like that, I mean, I could see Nikon arguing at the moment, we're trying to develop cinema lenses for the ZR. We're working on those. We don't necessarily sell a lot of those specialty lenses. It's not something that's going to fatten up our bank accounts really, really fast. So I can see those lenses, like I said, not happening right away. But I don't consider a 14 millimeter f1.4 a specialty lens. I think that's something that needs to be in the lineup, along with a wide to maybe a ultra wide to a wide angle zoom as well. And they need that they can't fall asleep on that. And I think, some people will be pissed and, like Canon will get pissed and say, well, Nikon did this and we don't have it. And then now Nikon folks can be pissed and say, well, Canon did it, and why can't Nikon do it? So we get to be pissed too. So we all take turns, but a 14 millimeter should be something in the bag, for especially an astro photographer guy, or even a I think mostly that, because a landscape photographer doesn't need a landscape photographer does not need an f1.4 lens.
Yeah.
Period. You don't. You don't need it. I mean, you're looking for good depth of field. You're not looking to isolate subjects when you're doing landscapes. Typically, you're looking from foreground to background sharpness. You're looking for detail. You're looking for nice color, that type of thing. So 1.4 isn't something that is really for landscape photographers. It's really for astrophotographers. Anyway, so Nikon came out with some stuff, and Nikon did have an F mount. David Stewart has it. They had an 8 to 15 millimeter f3.5 to 4.5 fisheye lens too. The 8 millimeter N was fisheye, and the 15 millimeter N was just a wide angle lens. And they had that lens. They still sell it refurb sometimes on the Nikon USA website for about $1,000. But it's not like they can't do it. They've done it before. It's just I don't think it's a priority for them right now, at least in terms of that lens. Something other of interest in the Canon side is Richard Cox. A lot of people know Richard Cox. He's got an article on Canon Rumors. He's talking about the increased interest and growth in compact cameras in 2025, especially in the Asian market. The results are they got a 48.9% growth in value shipped and a 29.6% increase in number of units. So in a nutshell, the Japanese camera manufacturing companies are selling more compact cameras at ever increasing prices, according to that article. And of course, one camera manufacturer that makes a lot of compact cameras is the APS-C line of Fuji cameras, and Fuji's doing very well.
Yeah. Well.
And like I said, I don't think I've said it before. Nikon shouldn't ignore the APS-C market. You don't give it away. You don't give away the market. Don't give it away. Put out some stuff.
And they did have an increase in revenue and profits during 2005 financial year.
Yeah. Now, Canon's coming out with a power shot, and here's this is going to turn into a story of where you argue with yourself what you really need for a camera. And you keep saying, well, for another couple hundred, I can get this. And then if I go a couple hundred more, I can get that. So they're coming out with a PowerShot G7X Mark III limited edition for $12.99. Canon is. It's basically the same thing as the current model that sells for $879.99. The only difference is going to have 30th anniversary logos on it. It's going to be a unique graphic colored body with a diamond knurled ring and like I said, special branding, aka logos. And they'll also offer a premium package where you can get a Peak Design wrist strap and a 32 gigabyte SD card. I looked at the specs of the current G7X Mark III, which is going to have the same specs. And then you say, oh, that'd be a nice carry-around camera for everyday photo taking. It's got a 35 millimeter equivalent, 24 to 100 millimeter f1.828 lens, 20.1 megapixel stacked CMOS sensor, optical image stabilization, full res shooting at 20 frames per second, does 4K 30 videos, and you go, oh, that ain't bad. But it doesn't have a viewfinder. Everything's done on the rear 1.01 million dot LCD touchscreen. If you have more money, the Sony RX100 version 7 has a pop-up EVF if you need it. Has hybrid autofocus, whereas the Canon only has contrast detect, so it's not going to be very fast in tracking things. So the Sony's going to have better tracking and autofocus. And it also has a Zeiss 24 to 200 millimeter lens, 35 millimeter equivalent. But now you're going from $879 to $1,698. But it is a much better camera, but both of them only have 1-inch sensors on them. So then you go, gee, do I really want a camera with a 1-inch sensor? And now once you hit that close to $1,700 price point, you're now in Fuji territory. You could get, if you could find one, that's the problem with Fuji. Can you find a camera? Can you get one in your lifetime? They're always back ordered. They never have them. But you can get the X100 version 6 that John Ishii bought and loves for $1,799. And you got a 40.4 megapixel CMOS APS-C sensor, but it's a fixed lens. So then you go, gee, I don't want a fixed lens. I want more range. Well, then you go and bump up to the Fuji XE5 for another $100, and you can get interchangeable lenses. So now you're at $1,899. You get interchangeable lenses. But you see where this is going. Because even myself, I would like to have a camera that doesn't break the bank, that has a halfway decent zoom range on it, that I can leave in my car and just have it in my car all the time. Not something that I'm taking from the house to put in the car and then bring it back in the house. Something that I could just put in my car and leave it in the car. And if I see something interesting when I'm driving around, and I'm not, and this isn't going to typically be wildlife, because I'm not going to get one of those, 1-inch sensors or smaller that has the 1,000 millimeter or 2,000 millimeter lens on it, zoom. But I'm just saying, I'd like to have something that doesn't break the bank, that I could just throw in the car and have it. So I always have a camera on me when I'm driving around, because you never know what you're going to see. But I don't want to put an expensive $2,000 Nikon body with a let's say another $1,000 lens on it and leave that in the car all the time.
Exactly.
So yeah, I kind of like something that's affordable, good quality, APS-C at a minimum, decent zoom range, that I could just throw in the car all the time. But I don't know. I don't see anything really that fits the bill per se. But like I said, there's like kind of like how you walk it through when you're trying to convince yourself, I want a certain thing, and what's it going to cost me, and and then you keep convincing yourself to get the next model from somebody else that's a little bit better, and the next thing you know, you're spending $2,000 again, you're spending $2,000.
Exactly. So the other thing, Jeff, obviously you may have something from Sony, but
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
on what I title here, others, the Rhine prices, man, that is actually one that is getting a little bit scary, correct?
Yeah.
We're buying, you know, CF, CFF type B type of card. Actually, I have an email that I exchanged with Terry, correct? Because Terry was trying to buy some additional cards. And in the email exchange, I went and checked some of the same cards that I have bought not so long ago. Remember that we were talking about there was a special from BNH at one point about the CF Type B version 4 from Pro Grade Gold, okay?
Yeah.
That they were selling two cards, Jeff, for each card with 512 gigabytes. They were 307 for two cards. When I checked, when I was talking to Terry, the same two cards now cost $647.
Well, it's funny that you bring this topic up because the other Matt Granger, did a video about the cost of the chips, the RAM,
Yeah.
and how it's going to affect prices, and then I went on B&H today, and I'm looking and like I know you have some CFEB 4.0 cards and a CFEB 4.0 reader.
Exactly.
And I don't. I still have the version 2 CFEB cards. And I says, well, maybe I should look and see what it costs for the 4.0s before the price gets even dumber than it already is. And the thing is, like, okay, the 512 gigabyte Delkin Black CFEB 4.0 card is over $500.
Mhm.
Now Delkin has the Delkin Power cards, which I looked at, and when they do these reviews, on what's the best card to have handle 8K video and do high burst rates and stuff like that. Well, part of the test that they all like to show off is like, okay, I'm going to shoot the highest frame per second, the highest quality file, and they put their finger on the shutter and they don't let go of it, and it's going and it stops.
Yes.
And if you buy the $500+ Delkin Black 512 gigabyte card, it clears the buffer. It does. You get the like forever. Doesn't stop on a Z9. Well, I don't. How nobody shoots like that. You do a 5-second burst, 20 frames a second,
Exactly.
or something like that.
Fraction of a second.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're going. You're not
Exactly.
sitting there going for forever. So you go. I go and I look at the Delkin Black, the Delkin Power one that does a sustained 850 megabytes per second or whatever speed, and you say to yourself that's more than good enough for 8K video. It's more than good enough for short bursts at 20 or 30 frames per second.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get that 512 gig card for $200 and something instead. And the quality is still Delkin. It's still a good quality card, but you're paying 2.5 times more for the Delkin Black because it's going to have 2.5 times the sustained speed. But who needs that? Not too many people need that. Nobody's going to lay on the shutter for minutes.
Exactly.
Nobody.
And that's actually the point that I was making to Terry. Actually, as I mentioned, the only cars that gave me that you could see they were struggling were the old Delkin Greens, but all the modern ones function perfectly well. But it still is worrisome that the RAM prices are so high because I tell you the same car have more than double the price. So I mean, it's a concern, and the forecast. You say, okay, this is as high as it's going to get.
Oh yeah.
No, that's not the forecast. Some people, like you say, my ranger are saying go and buy because it may not double like it happened now.
They go up 200 to 300% according to him.
Exactly. So it's so we are already at the double the price. So hopefully, eventually, those things will level out, correct? But for sure, that's one of the big uh, downside of all the AI revolution, correct? Is the consumption of RAM memory.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it made me look today.
exactly.
It made me look today, and I said, okay, I could get like I said, I could get the 512 in the Delkin Power with a card reader for $289. And then I could just buy another card for $220 and have two 512 gigs with a reader and spend a little over $500 for everything, two cards and a reader. And that, even that's painful, but it's going to get a lot more painful.
Exactly.
I'm going to try to fly through the rest because I want you to be able to go through the next week's show.
Yes.
Only thing on rest on Fuji is an update for their XF/GF 500 millimeter f5.6 lens. Interesting article titled "Fujifilm Fixed Its Biggest Pre-2024 Mistake." And the beauty of an open X-mount lens roundup. And some highlights from the article was, we all know that Fuji had a major problem with firmware updates that slowed down the autofocus of the cameras and really was a major problem for them. And it took a long time for them to get those bugs out. Now they're saying, okay, things have improved significantly. They still have catching up to do compared to the top brands in terms of autofocus capability. They're still not up there with autofocus capability and tracking like you have with Sony, Canon, or Nikon. If you're not using it for those types of things and you're using it for street photography and stills, you don't have a problem. Those cameras are perfectly fine. I won't get into the other thing because we are running late here. Let me just go to Sony quick. They're expecting the release of a Sigma 85 1.2 lens and expecting the price to be about $2,000. There was a comment in the chat about wishing for some Sigma lenses for Nikon. And I would hope that Nikon and Sigma can work out a deal where Sigma can once again, like Tamron, produce some lenses for the Z-mount system, whether it be, like I said, just focal lengths that Nikon doesn't do, or different. Maybe they don't do 1.2 lenses for them; they do 1.4 lenses for them, or whatever. Hopefully, I mean. I've had some Sigma lenses. I know David Stewart has a lot of Sigma lenses that he uses for his Astro stuff that are older Sigma lenses, and he loves them. He has a Sigma Art lens, I believe, and it works well for him. So I hope they can make a deal and have Sigma start making some lenses for Nikon cameras as well. Let's see. Case is coming out for Sony with an extremely small 150 millimeter f5.6 reflex lens for E-mount, and it has autofocus but no pricing. But we all know reflex lenses don't have the same image quality as a typically designed lens does. there's a YouTube link to an article about supposedly major Sony surprises in mid to late 2026, presumably a major offensive and a revolution that will supposedly shake the industry, which cannot be discussed at this time. Of course not. Supposedly no new camera body announcements for CP Plus from Sony, but anticipate the release of the 100 to 400 f4 GM lens, the 100 to 400G, and the 18 to 26 millimeter f2.0. That's a nice range, 18 to 26, 2.0 GM lens, and I think I'm going to quit there with the rumors. I think we did enough rumors.
Interesting that you mentioned here that the CP Plus. So CP Plus is February 26th, which is a Thursday to March 1st Sunday. So I think typically the week before CP Plus, which is 2 weeks, 1 week from now, 2 weeks from now, we should, if there is any announcement associated with CP Plus, we should see that. And last year, Canon announced quite a few things. So maybe we get something from Nikon. Maybe I think King Crook was talking about cinema cameras that were basically those silhouettes of the lenses. Maybe we get some clarity on what Nikon is going to be releasing around the time of CP Plus. So that's the only thing that I wanted to mention there. So that's good. So let's continue, Jeff. Let me go here to other things. I may shift also of these for the next time when we get on the 21st on the photo gear. Okay. The only one that I mentioned because it may be time sensitive is this from Jim, aka Nikon, real Nikon lover, because Jim is alerting us that Kirk Enterprise Solution is discontinuing a couple of good products, correct? And one is this tabletop tripod, and the other one is this universal quick release that adapt, let's say, from Manfrotto um, to Arca Swiss, correct? And as we know, Kirk Enterprise it makes good quality American products, correct? That very well engineered, that last forever. And these two items that are going to be replaced in the future or discontinued are now at a good selling price. Actually, one is already sold out on the first batch, which is a tripod. But it's likely that they say that they're going to have another batch of those. So if you're interested in those things, this is the time to buy it at a reduced price. The other thing in photo sharing, I can share those the next time. Then on the YouTube side, uh, there is a couple of interesting. One is an article in Petapixel about the photographers and the photography equipment on the Artemis 2. Obviously, as you know, the mission has been delayed, but it's coming in March. We know we have some people here interested on the cameras that are in the International Space Station, but also the ones that are going to go to the moon now with Artemis. So those are going to be C9 cameras, correct? So they have a range of C9 cameras that are going to go and lenses, and out of the crew of four, these two persons here, I see Victor Glover, and I think the other lady, uh, I think she's called Koch, is they are the photographers for that. So that's on that side on the Artemis 2. Let's see what pictures we're going to get from the C9. And then there was an interesting article, a YouTube video, which was very similar to what you were talking about from Jan Wagoner about motion blur, correct? And he was talking actually, Jeff, you were saying his default photos shutter speed, correct, is about 1,600. So when he go birds in flight, he goes 4,000, 3,200. But just a regular bird, he takes some photos at 1,600 ISO because he wants to make sure that any kind of movement of the bird it still produce a decent image, correct?
Yeah.
So that's a video worth watching for some of us that are interested. The other thing that I have is, again, compliment to Steve. He has an interesting video on shooting um, um, using the LCD for low angle shots without having to drop your belly in the ground, and talking about that nowadays he shoot 40 to 50% on the with the C8 and C9 photos using the LCD rather than the viewfinder. So that's on the one side, and then the other side is that he also updated the secret of the Nikon autofocus system, and include now the C6 III as well. Okay? And as usual, like we said before, good value for money from Steve. If you buy the PDF, then you get all the feed upgrade when there is a new firmware. So upcoming here. So on the upcoming side, so this is our current calendar. As we said, Jeff and I are twinkling a little bit, but we have a general meeting in 2 weeks from now. We have a presentation about videography, shooting hybrid on the fly with one camera from Joy Herbert. So Joy is going to present that to us on Saturday, February 21st. Now, after that, in March, we have already a date for our image review. So start sending your images. And we do have a standing presentation for the 21st by Luis on his trip to Morocco. Now that one we still have some flexibility because we want to make sure that Luis can present at a good time. He provided with a couple of dates, but as Jeff indicated, if we have to do a presentation on a Wednesday, we probably will end having an additional presentation on the 21st. So this is the actual promo for the videography shooting hybrid with one camera by Joy, and this is the promo for the presentation from Luis on Morocco. We're working a couple of things, and actually, Jeff, I have to add your work on how to make a collect cameras. Okay, so you need to give me a
Thumbnail.
thumbnail, and you
Yeah.
have to give me
I haven't made one yet, but I will.
and you have to give me a title. I know you updated the slide, so we got a couple of things there. Bob Rosato, Robert is working on light painting. And
Joey's here. He heard you talk. He heard you call his name, and now he's here.
exactly,
It's
and
funny,
then
it's funny how the ears pick up when you mention their name. Joey Hubbard. All of a sudden, hey.
exactly. So Joe, I hope they find you well. But I'm promoting your coming presentation 2 weeks from now. So let us know if you are all square, so that Mr. Jeff can send the invites. So and we're working with Anita on a travel photography. We still don't have the title, but we know the subject is going to be on his several trips to Portugal, and we confirmed with her that she's going to be working on that. So that's what we have. So this one we can skip. So Joy is saying that he's looking forward to making the presentation. So that's what I have for today, Jeff.
Yeah, I think unless somebody has a question they want to throw out on, to us here. I mean, there's a few comments in here of, we've had comments, where are the Nikon cinema lenses, and everybody's talking about them. And of course they put out like a little teaser silhouette of lenses that all look to be exactly the same lens, series of, 4 lenses or whatever that all look exactly the same. But I guess the thought process from some is that, they'll probably come out with at least 2 cinema lenses and, maybe come out with 4 altogether, but not have 4 come out all at the same time, that they might have 2 that come out at the same time. and then 2 more subsequently after the fact. But no one really is saying or knows when that time frame is. I mean, everybody thinks it's relatively soon, but relatively soon to me may be what I think is relatively soon, and to somebody else means something different. So,
Definitely
nobody
here.
knows.
Definitely this year.
Yeah,
Definitely.
they're working on them. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But then, like I said, then and other things, other specialty things might have to wait. That's all.
We know that Nico has the capacity to produce about 2 to 3 cameras per year, and about I think what is about 7 to 8 lenses per year. So there's plenty of opportunity to produce that. What it would be nice is for the cinema series, if they release, let's say, out of the 5 lenses, if they release 1 or 2, that they indicate what the others are going to be. Then, and that's going to make a lot of videographers like King Croc very, very happy, correct? They know, okay, this is what they're coming with the same style of lenses over this range, and this is the first one, correct? That would like a little bit of a forecast of what's coming, right? So they can be patient.
Yeah, I think the thing with when you talk about, and I don't want to be so generalist about it, but a lot of people say, oh, I wish they had, whether it be you want Leica lenses to work on a Z camera, or you want Zeiss lenses to work on a Z camera. I mean, all I can say is, like with Zeiss lenses, a lot of the Zeiss lenses are very old designs. Okay, they were great lenses in their day, but a lot of those lenses haven't been updated in 15 years or more. So they're not necessarily the best lenses to necessarily put on a 45 megapixel camera or a 61 megapixel camera or so on and so forth, because the technology is a little bit old. The lens is still a competent lens, but I'm just saying it's an old design. They're older designs. And even some of the Leica lenses, okay, what era of Leica lens could be adapted and work well on a Z camera? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. Not saying that wouldn't be nice. Obviously, the more choices we have, the more choices people have, the happier they're going to be, regardless of who makes the lenses, whether it's Zeiss, Leica, Sigma, even Viltrox, if they don't if they don't get blocked out of doing lenses or whatever. But yeah, I have no heartburn with any of that stuff becoming available. It would be, choice is good, and but like I said, you can adapt a lot of old glass. You'd have to use the Z mount, the F to Z adapter. You'd have to find older glass that will work on the Nikon F mount and put it on the, and it would be probably a manual focus only, manual focus lens from older manufacturers, lens manufacturers. But I'm sure there are adapters that you could put on a Nikon F to Z adapter and find old glass from many manufacturers, maybe with another adapter, work on the Nikon F mount end and still be able to get used on a Z mount camera. And then for some of the Z mount cameras that make it very comfortable to achieve good focus with manual focus lenses, okay, may suit your fancy very well, depending on what camera that you're talking about. But let's see if there's anything else in here. I know the monster adapter. I mean, you already checked it out for a Z6.
Yeah. So it still has a problem. It's focusing now, but if it's a cat or an animal, it'll do it. But if it's on a human, it'll only do human. So I put it on everything, and since my cat is looking the other way, it doesn't recognize it, so it won't focus. But if I put it on a picture or something that looks like a human, then it will work. And it works on the Z6 III. I know it works on the ZR. It does not work on the Z8. So, and this is in aperture priority mode.
Wow.
Sounds like they definitely put that adapter out way too early. They did not do a good enough job. So my personal opinion, if you want one of those adapters, I wouldn't buy one until you hear that every issue's been resolved. Don't throw your money away. You know, I mean, everybody was anxious to get it. A lot of people did get it, and a lot of people are now frustrated because it's not doing what they wanted it to do. So if you haven't already laid the money down, don't lay the money down.
Right.
Wait a while.
Wait for the next version. Don't do the firmware update. So
yeah. And this was an earlier response to when I was talking about that limited edition Canon pocket, camera for $12.99, which is just a different color and a knurled ring and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's a lot of money for that camera, especially with contrast autofocus and a 1-inch sensor.
And maybe some of the reasons that some of the efficiencies that Randall found using that, maybe that's the reason why Nikon didn't create that adapter, okay? Because it maybe not capable of transmitting some of the subject focus information back to God knows, okay? But interesting. So
yeah, I mean it's I mean, Nikon probably knew that the engineering time, that they couldn't afford to dedicate the man hours necessary to make sure they don't have bugs like that, and chose not to.
yeah, value proposition.
Yeah, and the thing is as much as everybody wants it, it's not going to make your old screw drive autofocus lenses work better.
No,
They're still not going to be as good as a Z mount lens on a Z mount body. Optical quality, just speaking optical quality, never mind autofocus speed. So yeah, you'll be able to use it, but you will still have lag. You still won't focus as fast. It's not going to make the optics better, so yeah, I get it. They always supported the F mount lenses like forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, longer than any other mount made by any other manufacturer.
that's right.
No ifs, ands, or buts. But at some point in time, it's just, one can argue either side of the fence. Okay, it's not worth them spending the money to do it. They want to, and don't. But I'm just saying, I own F mount glass, but I don't expect an old screw drive autofocus lens that it's going to have a new life on a Z mount body. It's going to be usable, but it's not going to like all of a sudden be a much more magical lens than it was on an F mount body. I mean, that's why that's why I'm always going to have my D850. Okay. I have my D850. I could put that lens on the camera.
Exactly.
But
anyway, Jeff, I think we covered a lot.
Yeah, I think we did. Thank you, everybody who hung around with us to an hour and a quarter past our normal ending time, and us old folks got to take a nap. If I crawl in the bed, if I wait to crawl in the bed when my wife is getting up in the morning and crawling out of bed, I won't be able to watch the Super Bowl tomorrow because I'll be hitting the head with a frying pan. So I'm going to let everybody say their good nights. And once again, thank everybody for the great images that you sent in. We really do appreciate it very, very much.
And see you on this
21st.
A week from now, 21st.
21st. And reminder, I won't be there, but you have a very competent guy right down there that's going to run the show. and do an excellent job as he always does. And that's part of, and the fact that Gustavo and I spent time together, and I consider us good friends, and we work well with each other. And if when he goes on vacation and he's not able to do a show, I mean, I could do the third week of the month, keep that show on the air the third of the month. And when I have something planned, this will be like the first time my wife and I we're going to a concert. And my wife and I haven't gone out, had a Saturday night date to go out on a concert in many, many, many years, because I've been doing Saturday night shows for quite a few years now. So and the problem is down here, when somebody comes in to do a concert, it's a one night thing. And it's always a Saturday night, and I'm always doing a show. So I said, we're both retired now. I can't. I have to. I got it. I want to do things with my wife. So I says, I'm buying these tickets to see a guy who's well known as a Neil Diamond performer. And we both like Neil Diamond a lot, and so we're going to that. So that's why I'm not going to be here in 2 weeks. But I feel comfortable Gustavo covering for me, and I can cover for him when he's doing his trips and stuff, and hiking 10 miles the next time, and trying not to roll down into the little bowl at the end of the rocks, and we'll keep each other honest and have a good time and keep this thing going for everybody. So thank you, Randall, for being here. And I say my good night to everyone. Have a good one.
See you guys.
See you in 2 weeks.